EJ-sa. Hello, I'm good, how are you? It's been sunny here in Scotland. Sunny. Crazy. Yeah, right.
Oh, wait. We got my bit. That was on stream, but it's fine. I will mute it now.
Oh, it's me. Wait, it's been a while. How do we do these things again? The flame train. What are we supposed to roll
Uh,
the outro? No, that's all right.
the intro,
Jay, roll the intro.
Yeah,
Oh
intro
yeah,
is what we need. Yeah, that's what we do.
roll the intro.
And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, this sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equalizer.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my god.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Flame Trench. It's been a little while, but it's good to see everybody. Obviously, with so much happening right now in the news with spaceflight, we are back and we are in full swing here. For those who are new, this is our weekly informal news show where we talk about some of the exciting things or interesting things or things that just we really want to talk about in spaceflight, and we interact with you guys while doing it in a more off-the-rails kind of manner. Don't forget, This Week in Spaceflight, which is the more serious version, follows us right after this. But we got a lot to talk about, so let's bring in the team. Joining me today on the Flame Trench, as always, is EJ Suh. EJ, how's it going?
Can you not call me that? Jeez.
Why not?
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
All right,
Hey!
find Eric Johnson, Space Administration.
Hi. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody except for Sawyer is doing very well.
Wow. Dang, the shade, sir, the shade. I'm sorry, EJ. Is that better?
Yeah, that's fine. That works.
Okay, cool. Well, while we're butchering names, let me also welcome with me Alejandro Alcantara Romero. Alex, how you doing?
Okay, that was a good try, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess hang on, I'm waiting. Is it not gonna appear? Okay, it's a pre-show thing. All right. So this thing launched again, right? We've been out for a couple of weeks, but I guess there's a lot of things to talk about. So yeah, I'm not gonna digress anymore here. Go ahead.
Yeah, apparently his name is too long, so that's why he doesn't get the name thing underneath him. And for that, we can blame the person pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, and creating the new fancy panel and graphics and stuff here that we see, at least on our back end here, Jay Keegan. So a reminder, as we go through the show, if you have questions, tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. We'll do our best to answer them. I always ask, try and keep it to the topic we're discussing. Don't worry, we always get to Starship at the end, so we will get to it. But if you can just try and save those for the Starship section, it makes it easier to follow things going on in the background. Because the last thing we need is for, the show to go super successful and then kind of crash out at the very end. But we didn't have anything like that happen this week, EJ, right? That totally nothing where it was mostly successful and then had issues at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, hold up. Are we still? There we go. Sorry, my screens.
Yeah.
All my screens went blank for a second. It's kind of just where my mind's been because we've
Hey,
had
stage 2.
Yeah. All right, you got me. You got me with that one. All right, so, guys, on Sunday morning, New Glenn went to launch AST Space Mobile's Bluebird 7 payload, and this was the first time it's the third launch for New Glenn, first time reusing their first stage. Never tell me the odds, right? That was the name of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. and they did reuse the first stage. It successfully landed, but something went wrong when they went to relight the second stage. So initial orbital insertion looked pretty good from what we could see, right? And then sometime after that, AST Space Mobile confirmed that the power, they confirmed separation, and they were power positive, meaning their solar panels deployed, but it I don't have any better way to say this. It deployed it into the wrong orbit, which means something went wrong with New Glenn's second stage during their boost burn. So how this mission was supposed to go is like you get a parking orbit insertion, and then you relight the stage to put it on geostationary. It was geostationary transfer. Forgive me, guys. My mind is not. It was Leo. Okay, cool.
Yes, this is Leo.
So they would have done another burn to put it into a higher orbit, correct?
Yeah, sort of synchronization orbit. Yeah, just like Starlink missions, they do like the initial burn and then like a quick synchronization burn. Yeah, same thing.
So it didn't make it into that orbit, and unfortunately, the satellite didn't have enough fuel to be able to boost it up into that orbit post separation because it deployed into the wrong one. And yeah, unfortunately, Bluebird 7 is a loss for the most part. The thing, the upper stage is, to be honest with you, we don't really know what happened to the upper stage. Like, we had a confirmation from Dave Limp the next day, the CEO of Blue Origin, saying that one engine didn't give the thrust output. One of the engines during relight it gave off nominal thrust. I don't know what that means, to be 100% honest with you. At face value, that's like, oh yeah, one engine didn't perform, better, as good as the other. That makes sense. But the thing about rockets is that you don't get like, it's very rare that you're going to get like I'm expecting 100% of the thrust and we only got 50. That's not really a thing that happens. So whatever happened to that stage is not, I don't think it's as cut and dry as, it didn't perform as good as we wanted. So here, Jonathan McDowell right there, the Johannes Kepler orbital police here shows it in 265 by 85 at 43, which is they got about a kilometer a second out of that upper stage, mostly for an inclination change, and it's about half the delta V that it would need to reach its target orbit. Ooh, that
was one of the weird things of this mission, EJ.
Yeah,
I don't know if we should touch on that for perspective and sort of bit of context, I guess, right?
Yeah, so, shoot, Alex. We're talking about like a 30-degree inclination change here. Yeah. If I just looked at that right, right?
More or less, yeah. That's one of the big weird things of this mission, that New Glenn has enough performance to even do like a direct injection, right? This was I'm reading here from our own stats and things like that from that. It was going to be a 460 kilometer circular orbit at 49.4 degrees inclination. So like its orbit was going to be 460 kilometers away from Earth, and also about 49 degrees incline relative to the equator.
Yep.
If you go with direct injection, right, which is essentially your second stage reaches all the way to that altitude and injects the satellite directly, it has plenty of performance in principle to do all of that, right? Because this is only like a 6-ton payload. I was going to say Falcon 9. New Glenn can launch, we talk about Falcon 9 so often, it's bound to happen. So New Glenn can deliver like 40 tons or something like that, right, to low Earth orbit. So it's got plenty of performance to do a direct injection. Instead, they first went southeast out of the Cape into sort of like a 30-something degree orbit.
41, I believe.
No, so the initial one was 36, but then they needed to do a second burn, not only to circularize, but also change the inclination. If you see that, I think the orbital police says like 43 or something like that degrees. which is still like 6 degrees away. There we go. See, 43. The target was 49.4 degrees. So it was a full 1 kilometer per second of delta V, and they still needed like another one to be able to keep changing that inclination and also increase the perigee all the way to that 460. I suppose that this was not done directly at apogee, but sort of like almost there, so at 460 kilometers or so. That was one of the things that sort of made me scratch my head, because it's like, why would you do such a complicated thing for this mission? And I've seen a lot of discussion, like maybe it was due to the downrange. Like the second stage has a very long burn to go into orbit, right? So when you take that into account, for example, if it went directly 49 degrees, you need to take northeast trajectory, right? So like maybe that will have had like a short second stage burn. Like if it fails before Seco, right? Like a minute or a few seconds before Seco, then it gets dumped over the UK or something like that. Like I've seen, this is the trajectory. It went southeast, and in fact, this is not targeting directly 49 degrees as I was talking about, because otherwise it will have been a lot more inclined. We've seen this, for example, with Falcon 9, where 53 degrees, for example, goes straight across the Bahamas. This is more like it's a lower inclination there. So I don't know, like it feels weird, because if they had done the direct insertion, this mission probably will have succeeded. They will not have needed a second burn. It will have probably failed the orbit burn, because this is the re-entry area for that second stage as it was planned, because it was supposed to also the orbit afterwards. But yeah,
dude,
this is weird, man. It's weird.
Yeah, something really strange happened with this stage. Like, guys, we didn't even hear from Blue that the mission failed. We heard from AST Space Mobile in a press release that the mission failed, and then Blue didn't say nothing about it until the next day. What they did say is that they're leading an anomaly investigation with the FAA. With FAA oversight to learn from the data and implement the improvements needed to quickly return to flight operations. We've been in a steady communication with the AST Space Mobile team. We appreciate their partnership, and we're looking forward to many flights together. That's
yeah, this was a few hours afterwards. The full statement from Dave Limp didn't happen until the next day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly. That
well, the more detailed one. This is at least acknowledging it.
Yeah, that's fellas, I'm not, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying. Like, okay, so they said they got off nominal thrust from one engine per Dave Limp. Like, guys, the B3U is an expander cycle engine. It's a twin power head expander cycle, meaning what they do is they pump the propellants through a boost pump and pre-valves into the rocket nozzle. And that evaporates the propellant, and it turns to gas at pressure, and it turns turbines to keep the system going over and over again, and then that gets dumped into the rocket engine. Expander cycles are about as simple as you can get for using like fully cryogenic propellants. You don't really get like off nominal thrust. They either work or they don't. Like, unless what do you think? I mean, Alex, this sounds like a hard start to me. It sounds like it exploded.
You know, another expander cycle engine, the RL-10 engine.
Yeah, right? That's where I'm getting this from. It's pretty dang simple.
There's been already in the past instances where, way in the past, because the last RL-10 engine failure was like a long time ago, but there was an instance where they had a bad start because the engine was too cold. Because as you mentioned, it uses the fact that the propellant vaporizes, right? It basically boils off. The engine is warm in quotes, for the propellant, right? And it boils off, in this case for the fuel, for the liquid hydrogen. It boils off, and that sort of starts you may hear it multiple times during ULA launch coverages where they talk about, we have pre-start on the RL10, right? And you see maybe in the animation that it's sort of like throwing something, but it's got no thrust, and then they confirm we've got full thrust, right? If you have an engine that is too cold, though, that thing will not start. And that's one of the problems that they actually had. I think it was in the 1990s, where they separated from the booster. They were about to start the engines, and it did not work. In that case, it was a dual Centaur, just like they work now. But back in the day, it was more used more of a thing when they used to fly with two RL10 engines. And so, yeah, I do remember that was a problem back in, like, again, it's like the 1990s. There was a launch where they separated, and one of the engines did not ignite because it was too cold. And that can happen with expander bleed. Well, this RL10 is closed expander, BE3U is expander bleed, but at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. It's expander, and if it's too cold, it's not gonna work. Just like a car engine, I guess.
Oh, if only we knew someone who knew something about car engines.
I mean, car engines have to be insanely cold to not work, dude. Like, insanely cold. I'm just saying, you like block heater, like Canada cold. You know what I'm saying? It's not working. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, too cold though. Like, didn't this thing launch in the morning? Wouldn't it have been in the sunlight? Something funky happened here, and it's just kind of surprising.
I do know about another engine more recently. It was a Keralox engine, but still did not ignite because it was too cold.
What? Okay. There's ice leaking away from it. That one?
Because there was ice that cooled the. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I'm talking about Starlink 9.3. Remember? That one started leaking
exactly. Yeah, the one
a
that
lot
had the
of
upper stage issue with the ice
exactly.
leak.
It started leaking a lot of liquid oxygen. We saw that during ascent. The first burn more or less worked. It got into a preliminary orbit. It needed to do a second burn, but it did not happen because all that leakage, all of that liquid oxygen leaking cooled the engine to the point where it was like the T-tab ignition fluid was not working. It was solid basically. And so the engine could not start. So you have ways of actually not letting an engine start in terms of how cold it can get, especially if you get leaks and things like that. But we have no idea. Like, this is just complete theory, right? Like, this is one of the things where I'm like, how could you not have, like, as you mentioned, an expander cycle engine? It's really hard for it to not get any thrust, right? Or not sufficient thrust or whatever, right? As I mentioned, it's really easy to really, and this is the launching in question, by the way, the Starlink 9.3 launch that we were referring. So, like, the one of the many things that I can think of to be like, okay, the expander cycle engine does not work. Why? Maybe it's too cold, and it's just not producing that gaseous propellant, right? That it's used to start it up. That could be one of the things. And as ways to make it cold, again, there's a way that you can make an engine too cold.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, they've blew hot fires all their stages at LC-36 on like a little mini transporter erector. You'd think that this, whatever it was, would have shown up. I mean, launch.
Yeah, but how long ago did they hot fire this one?
That's a good point, Sawyer.
What, a year ago at this point? And then
I think it was August, right?
And they've had no issues recently at all with any of their other stage testing that they've done, say in the 2-cap building that may or may not have blown a hole in the roof.
Hey, they left the door open.
That also happened recently.
They left the door open this time, okay? Like, they left the door open, so it didn't blow the doors off. Just blew a hole in the roof. Whatever, it's fine.
But it seems to be the issue there. I mean, the regular BE3, of which the BE3U is derived from, had a pretty solid flight record. It did have one mission failure related issue, which thankfully that was a New Shepard flight that had no people on it. It was a scientific payload, but still proved that, hey, the abort system worked on that rocket, which is on pause, quote unquote, still. But it's just interesting how all of this happened, and it definitely, I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like there's something that needs to be looked at with stage 2, or if nothing else, the culture behind testing it and seeing what happens with it. Because here's an interesting question. Obviously, this rocket very important when it comes to human landing services and getting people back to the moon.
Yep.
And even for upcoming Artemis 3. Reddit was asking, if Blue Moon Mark II was on the launch instead, would it have been able to compensate and have enough propellant left to soft land on the moon?
No way.
Yeah.
I think it would.
A kilometer a second change, Alex? No way.
Well, it will have already separated on the first burn. So a second burn will not have been needed. We're talking like both Mark II and Mark I are deployed in low Earth orbit, by the way.
But are they deployed in a fully circular orbit at that point, or is it just at an apogee?
I'm mostly sure it's just like
But
when
you'd
we see
wanna
like a dragon or things like that.
It's not going to be a straight low Earth orbit insertion, though, dude. They're going to squeeze all the performance they can out of that second stage. Why would you undo it? Why would you uncouple from a second stage that has like 2 or 3 kilometers a second delta V left over just because you're in the circular orbit? That makes no sense.
Does it have that much delta V left with an MK2? It has with
Maybe
this
for Mark
payload
I.
because it's 6 tons, but MK2 is a lot heavier.
You're changing gears off. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about Mark 1 or Mark 2? Those are two different things.
The question was Mark II.
Yeah. Mark II is supposed to be launched unfueled. And Mark I is launch fueled, but it's also launched to low Earth orbit. If you look at the graphics of what they're planning to do, Mark II is actually launched without fuel. Because it's already dry mass. It's already the pretty much like max payload of New Glenn. It's like 42 to 50 tons in mass. Yeah. And then they do like multiple refuelings and everything in low Earth orbit.
So if it's launched with no fuel in it, they would have the extra delta V in that second stage, would they not?
No, because it's all launched. It's all used to launch it into low Earth orbit.
What's the mass of Mark II?
Again, 40 to 50 tons dry. That's the point. You need to refill it. It's quite heavy. It's huge. Like it's quite big. Yeah.
So wouldn't by that logic the second stage break during the insertion burn though? Question? Am I not thinking about this correctly? You tell me.
That is a great question, and I guess it depends when the problem happened, right? Because it's sort of like the same way that we look at the failure on Starlink 9.3. If that had been a Crew Dragon, it will have launched it just as fine. The only difference is that the Crew Dragon burns are actually shorter because it's lower mass than a Starlink mission, so it's sort of the opposite here, where it's like, in this case, the first burn was shorter compared to if it had been like a full size, 40-ton sort of payload, right? It will have needed to burn for longer in order to enter orbit, right? So would have made the problem pop out, right? Like, did that happen during the coast phase? Did that happen during ascent? We really don't know, and I guess this is probably the key issue with the amount of information that we got from Blue, right? That yes, there was a problem with one of the B3U engines during the second burn, but the root cause of that issue with that, right? Did that happen during the coast phase, during ascent? We really have no idea. So,
which, by the way, the person who asked to clarify, they meant Mark I in the question.
Oh, well, the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one is launch fueled, but, fueled is also like 30 to 40 tons.
Because that's supposed to launch this year, a reminder. So,
yeah,
we'll see if that happens on New Glenn.
So yeah, that's another question here. Like, do you think whatever this was, like, okay, so clearly they're having some weird stuff with the, okay, Alex, let's just play off what you said, right? And let's say it's a leak, right? Okay, SpaceX with Starlink 9.3, they had that figured out real fast, and they were flying, what, a week later? Something like that? It wasn't a long
2
time.
weeks.
2 weeks later. But they were able to do that because they had flight cadence. There's a lot of heritage there. They could prove that they could figure out exactly what the problem was because Falcon flies a lot. It flies so much, it's hard to keep track of anymore, right? Like, does New Glenn have the same thing? Like, what, are you going to look at 2 other flights and a bunch of hot fires and be able to quickly find a resolution? I don't know. I think I don't like saying this because I watching New Glenn launch really is a pleasure. Like it's a fun rocket to watch fly, and seeing that big honking stage come in and nail the landing on Jacqueline is fantastic, right? Like, but I don't know, man. There's not a lot of flights that you can compare to here, so I think they're going to be down for a little bit, which kind of sucks.
So here's the question that Resistor Jet is asking, and it's a good
Yeah.
question. When do we think they'll be able to return to flight?
I'd say June. I mean, they'll figure it out. The people at Blue aren't stupid, man. They know what they're doing. They'll get it figured out. It's just I'm going to go ahead and guess that the paperwork is probably going to take more than the fault tree analysis, but that's just me.
Hey,
I think
is this the sped up version? Oh no, there we go.
Look at that thing. That thing's a beast, dude. It's fantastic.
And it's gonna get more thrust soon, hopefully, with the newer engines. They were actually debuting newer engines on this one. I suppose that they were running them still with like the previous specs, but the new engines, right? You know what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they
running the new hardware on the old specs.
Yeah, they introduced new engine design here, but it was running with a flight regime similar to the original engines.
Yeah. So it looks like a happy face.
Well, three eyes, but yeah.
With 3 eyes, yeah. Some weird Futurama thing. Yeah, I was thinking like I don't think it's gonna be that much of if not June, maybe at least like summertime, like June, July, or August, right around there. I think it's probably gonna be the next flight. They do have a lot of experience in terms of like liquid hydrogen systems, for example, with New Shepard, right? They have had what 34 launches, was it, with New Shepard? So they are not completely like they have handled already liquid hydrogen stuff on New Shepard. And I bet it was also a pain to deal with that, like leaks and whatever. Granted, Glenn Stage 2 is humongous compared to New Shepard, even though New Shepard is already big in terms of rocket sizes. But you know, there's already a bit of previous experience at the very least, right? Which is, it's always helpful that, you know, the teams might have a little bit more experience that none at all.
Chat, when do you think? I'm interested to see when you think they'll fly again. By the way, I did see someone ask, I don't know if there's truth to this, but they're saying, was Blue Origin using super chilled propellants for the first time on this flight?
Nope.
No,
Not
I don't think so.
One. Yeah, otherwise the propellant sequence will have been a lot shorter. For this one, it was still the old timeline.
So one other thing to think about, dudes, is that Blue hasn't said where that second stage is. And I don't know if you guys have seen GS2. It's not small. And the Space Force hasn't been able to figure out where it is either. They confirmed that Bluebird 7 deorbited on the 20th earlier this week. Where is that stage? Like,
it's larger than the S4B.
Yeah, that's a big upper stage to strand up there. About that, how about we don't do this? It's not a good idea.
That's why SpaceX has not gone to orbit with Starship.
I mean, the fact that the satellite has an engine on it, so it could safely deorbit itself. It sounds like this engine's not working for them to be able to do that. So,
and also being a bigger stage, it takes a longer time for the drag to sort of, because you know you have to slow down more, right? It's getting a lot of, you know, F equals ma and everything, right? You need more force in order to decelerate it, and so yeah, with how big that thing is, when is it gonna come down? If
I don't know,
it hasn't come down, because we really don't know.
Everyone who still has those helmets from when Skylab came down, time to bring them out again.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cause alarm. It's just something to think about, and I don't think that this is okay. Like, you can't be stranded something that big unguided around it in low Earth orbit. That's a really bad idea. And not that they did it on purpose or anything, but also I don't know, guys. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say like, superstition is what's going to drive like your launch here, right? Because that's ridiculous. We know it's physics. We get it. And you have to be as ready as you need to be. You need to make sure that you've reduced the unknown unknowns, et cetera, right? I don't know if did you guys hear the mission control loop going into this launch? It was a little strange, to say the least. The go no go poll had like half the people saying they were ready to go and like half the people not, being like, no, never mind, wait, yes, no, yes, no, I'm good, no, I'm not. And then what I can only assume is the anomaly chief, the AC, like with 4 minutes to go for a launch, was saying like, oh yeah, we haven't figured out that problem, we don't know what's wrong, we don't know what the root of the problem is. Like, on the main loop 4 minutes before a launch here. I don't know if you guys heard that. It was not the most ideal countdown loop. I have to ask, is Blue getting some go fever here? Like, you getting some go fever? Because that's what that looks like. Am I crazy? Like, if I'm crazy, please let me know. Like, I'm not trying to.
But
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. I was crazy once, right? Like,
but then you took an arrow to the knee.
Yeah. No, that hurts. I don't want that. My knee. My knees are already bad, man. Don't need an arrow down there. Is it go fever here? Like, they have schedule pressure. There is schedule pressure. Sorry, you said like they got it. Mm-hmm. And we were talking about Blue Moon Mark II. That's part of the Artemis program for Artemis 5. That's
by next year, in theory, to have it tested with Artemis 3.
Do you think we're getting some schedule pressure here, and that's causing go fever? Because that countdown loop didn't sound like you were ready to go.
We also can't forget their biggest customer too. Besides NASA, their other big customer is Amazon Leo, which is again subsidiary of Amazon. And you've got Jeff Bezos' hand in both projects. So I'm sure there's a little bit of an incentive of, hey, we are so far behind right now on getting the Leo constellation up. The fact that we haven't launched any on New Glenn yet, which I think is currently the rocket that would be able to put the most number of Leo satellites in a single launch up, if I'm remembering right, Alex. I think more than Ariane 6. So, yeah, that's also, I'm sure, something in the back of their mind. They have a big backlog of those launches coming up, and they're almost out of atlases. There's only a couple of those left, including the one coming up on Monday. So,
yeah,
I'm sure that's in their back of their minds without a doubt.
Yeah, this is I don't know, man. ULA is having trouble with scaling too. It turns out that scaling your flight rate is not easy to do. It's something that takes time. If that's something I'm learning, like it took Falcon 9 a number of years to get up to, $150 launches a year, which is, I mean, that's I still can't believe that that's a thing, but like, it's like, oh yeah, no, another Falcon launch. Oh, I went to bed. 2 of them had launched since I fell asleep. It's like, wait, what? What's going on here? And don't get me wrong, like, for the people thinking that I'm talking smack about Blue, no. You don't understand. I want New Glenn's to do that. Like, I want that as well. Can I have both of these things? Like,
You're pretty.
Yeah, like, can we just have, like, I'll tell you what I want to see, man. I'd want to see a Falcon 9 and a New Glenn launch at the same time, man. Yep, damn straight. Always wanted to do that.
Or Starship.
Yeah, that too. That's fine. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I know, Sawyer, I'm taking over your... No, I'm joking. I was going to say, I'm seeing some comments in chat, but also, I've seen this also, like, in social media, questions about why would Blue Origin decide to start launching commercial payloads this soon and not have had
vertical image.
A few. That's Max, probably.
That's a Max shot. Yeah, it's beautiful, Max. Nice.
Oh yeah, especially all the dark area on either side of it.
And sort of the point is, like, normally you have a few more test flights, right, with your rocket. They decided to go with a payload already on the second launch, right? Initially, it was going to be the first launch with Escapade, right? And on the third launch, they already launched a commercial payload, right? And for example, they also have, which is we have not mentioned this yet, but for national security space launch contracts, they had 4 certification flights. So if you remember, Vulcan, Centaur, they also had 2 certification flights, each company sort of deciding how many flights they want to use. In case of Falcon 9, for example, it was like 10 different flights that they had to do. For Falcon Heavy, it was 2 as well, but also because they had like commonality with Falcon 9 as well, so they kind of got away with that. In the case of New Glenn, they opted for 4, and depending on how many flights you choose, you have to do certain other things behind the scenes in terms of extra testing and paperwork and certifications and all that bureaucratic stuff and everything. So does this mean the streak of 4 launches is now gone because they failed one of these missions, right? They had a success on the first and second flights.
Dude, that's
the
a
third
good point.
flight
That's
went
a
away.
good point.
So does it restart again? Right?
I didn't even think of that. Yeah, guys. Alex is saying like, they have to get certifications missions for national security, and they're targeting national security launches with New Glenn. Does this
They
screw
had
it
phase
up?
3, remember?
That's right,
They're
dude.
part
That's a
of
good
phase
point.
3.
I didn't even think of that.
And wasn't there and there was
that's
an article that
bad.
was posted. I'm trying to remember if it was Space News or I think it was Space News if it wasn't Ars Technica, about how at a recent conference the Space Force said, we are unsure about launching right now on Vulcan. We're comfortable with Vulcan launches without SRBs, but anything with an SRB right now, we don't feel comfortable launching on it. So that left New Glenn, basically, which I know is one of their kind of backup, lesser, big payload providers at the moment while they're still getting certified. But, so if you take New Glenn out of the picture, you take Vulcan out of the picture, that literally leaves Falcon right now as your only NSSL launcher, which defeats the whole purpose of having a broad array of rockets for them to be able to launch on.
You have what we saw this week with GPS. As ASAP as possible, Falcon 9 is there.
That's not great.
Like a good neighbor, Falcon is there.
but it's true. Like they mentioned on the webcast that apparently it had been like 1 month in between changing the contracts, even though we all knew already as soon as that Vulcan mission earlier this year happened, and that solar rocket booster oopsie happened. We all knew right away. Oh yeah, they're gonna change GPS to Falcon 9. Apparently, the official change happened like a month ago, so it was like a month in between changing the contract and putting it on Falcon 9 and launching it. So like, that's essentially what the Space Force has to do. And the problem is, some of the missions that they had under Vulcan were with like 6 SRB version of Vulcan, the most powerful version of Vulcan, which means if they change it to a SpaceX rocket, they need to change it to a Falcon Heavy. And while we have a Falcon Heavy coming up next Monday, it's not like SpaceX can just pull out a Falcon Heavy out of nowhere, right? There's a center core that most of the time gets expended, but also usually the boosters are already assigned many months ahead of time. And so it's not like you can just nilly-willy say, oh yeah, let's pull out a Falcon Heavy, right?
Yeah.
That being said, Space Force and SpaceX, I wouldn't mind more Falcon Heavy launches. Just saying.
And a reminder,
kind of with you.
The GPS satellite that launched recently, which we're going to talk more about that mission later in the show, because there's some other interesting things about that launch, or the landing at least, is that was originally a Falcon 9. But then Vulcan got so far behind and backed up that they had to move some of the earlier Vulcan flights to SpaceX. So as a kind of mea culpa to ULA, they then gave them the later GPS-3 satellites. But now, after the Vulcan issue, it went back to Falcon 9. They literally tried to give this one to ULA, and because they messed up earlier, and then took it back because they messed up again. But again, this is about New Glenn, not ULA, but just the whole NSSL thing.
I want to make another mention. I said as ASAP as possible because that's the name of the latest GPS mission. I didn't make it up. That's what SpaceX called it, okay?
Yeah. I mean, that mission had 6 names, but that's another story.
That's true.
Before we move on here, we're talking about the Go Fever thing. I think Jay has that Go No Go poll that we can listen to, and then I want to thank some people and continue on. But I want to listen to this.
Listen to this, guys.
Confirmed all external assets can support new 20 of 1125 Zulu.
Okay.
Wait for it.
All stations is LD on count 1.
Already running smooth. This is him listening to the anomaly net, I believe.
Yeah, this is not great.
Yeah, when you're supposed to be doing the poll and it's dead silence because you're listening into the anomaly net. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just give it a sec, folks. Hang on. They do get to it. And if they don't, blame Jay. Hashtag blame Jay. Hashtag Jay fix it.
Hashtag.
Yep. Hashtag pound sign.
Hashtag pound sign.
Prior
That's
to
right.
you're approved to put those steps inward. All stations LD on count 1 with your go pull for terminal count. When pulled, respond go or no go. GC.
Go.
LC1.
Go. No go.
LC. Say again.
Stand by 1.
LC2.
You thought I was kidding.
Go. LSO.
Go.
OSM.
Go.
RC.
Go.
ESR.
Not ready. Stand by.
Go pending the trajectory upload to the for the radios.
LD caps. AC.
Go.
Recovery.
Go.
PLI.
Go.
BMD.
BMB is go.
We are go pending LC1 completing final PDI uploads. And Crowd 2 completing his actions from DA.
Now,
GC, LC1,
now,
LC2
Jay.
configure for terminal count for step 2-2 L7.
Now, Jay, go to T-minus 4 minutes and 10 seconds, if you can. Now, listen to this. Listen to this next part. He's fast forwarding. See, that's the noise it makes. All right, right in
What
there.
year is this that it makes that noise?
But don't worry about
My
it.
computer takes over and people on the ground stop commanding it directly.
This is where we
Now
hand off
listen.
to Patrick Moore. He's inside mission control.
Listen to
We talked
this.
him earlier. Now he's going to take us through launch and landing.
Yeah, we do not understand the full impact, whether it's full loss of A functionality or redundancy therein.
That's probably not something you want to hear at T-minus 4 minutes. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, let's listen in as they're not working.
That's probably not something you want to hear. Like, I mean, I don't know. You got, like, clearly they launched it and it clearly worked. Like, it got something into space. Like, but also
most of it worked.
But, well, yeah, actually,
The secondary mission worked perfectly.
Yeah, actually saved the first stage mostly. But you did. The blue's good, no doubt there. Huh?
Anyway, let me thank some people because we still have so much more to talk about. And,
Yeah.
of course, we're going to continue to follow this. And any updates we get, you will first see them on all the NSF socials. So if you're not following us on the socials, you absolutely should.
Launch was
X,
great, though.
Instagram, Facebook, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky, all the goodies.
Hey, at least they cut to the correct cameras, even though that one was out of focus
Dude,
for a
look
second.
And, like, despite everything, that rocket is a looker. Look at that thing fly. I don't hate that. Don't hate that.
And look at Michael Heesbach becoming a Capcom member, where Capcom gets access to Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, in addition to all the other awesome member perks. So thank you very much for that. Alex Daniel, so happy y'all are back. Thanks for another TFT episode. We are glad to be back. Had a lot of stuff going on. If you saw NSF's coverage over with out in Kansas, EJ, you were out there. That was fun to watch.
That was fun. The AIAA DBF event was fantastic. I would love to go back. It was awesome.
Yes. Drew Nar, I'm sure the next GS2 will work fine. Oh.
Bum bum ba bum. bum.
Jose, someone had an inside source saying the issue was a leak on second stage of the frozen engine. The second ran till out of fuel. Yeah, we'll wait till the official word to see what we get. Captain, do you think Blue Origin prioritized booster landing with that funky flight profile? I don't think so.
I don't know if they prioritized it. No, I mean,
why would they?
They're clearly trying to dial in their landing trajectory, though. But that's what they said they would do. They would get the landing to be a little bit more efficient every time, like not hover that booster. But yeah,
this was actually
look.
It's much more direct. You see that? It's not like
nice.
like the second launch. It spent a lot more time. Like it stopped offshore, if you will. Here it's actually like swinging. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah,
like instead of just stopping and then moving, like on New Glenn 2, the second launch, here it does sort of like it sort of swings over. It's a little bit more efficient. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. But yeah, play that funky flight profile, Blue Origin boy.
Can we go play that funky flight profile, Jeff?
Boy?
Jeff boy. Exo-atmospheric retro propulsion. Right? Like, that's how that would work.
Hey, I was just at a Springsteen concert last night, but this is a better concert, I guess? No, last night was amazing. Anyway,
we're gonna get
second stage froze up. Second stage freeze lines. Right?
Bideford saying, finally, Flame Trench with Alex, EJ, and Sawyer. A good Friday evening with excellent discussion. Thank you, Jay, too. Look at that, mentioning the producer. It's a rare concept.
Who?
Blue Origin is in a world of hurt for the time being. C'est la vie. Sorry, Alex.
Sorry, Alex, why?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, too.
I don't know, Bideford.
You should be, because this Flame Trench is way off the rails already. We're only 50 minutes in. But we're already 50 minutes in, so let's keep going here. So, yeah, obviously this may have a significant impact for human landing systems for the upcoming Blue Moon Mark II, when we see that hopefully in 27 and the landing in 28. But at least everything will work in terms of the spacesuits and everything with the AX EMUs, right? There's no compatibility issues or any issues here, right?
No.
EJ?
No, everything's fine and will work really, really well. Well, at least, not according to the Office of Inspector General. So this week, the Office of Inspector General released a new report about the Artemis program's EVA suits, and the gist of it is that, I don't really have a better way to say this, but the OIG said that demonstrations are unlikely to occur until 2031 for the spacesuit. Now, I don't know. I'm not like 100% on board with that, but a little bit of a background here. So NASA had an in-house EVA suit. So what's an EVA suit? That's extravehicular activity. So that's anytime you need to go outside the spaceship or lander. So like if you're landing, you want to go outside and plant the flag, or trip. If you're Jeb Kerman, you just trip and fall. That's what an EVA suit is for. So NASA had in-house EVA suits until 2022 that were underfunded and behind schedule. And NASA canceled it in 2022 for a commercial option, citing market viability with two commercial contractors, Collins Aerospace and Axiom Space. Collins was contracted to make the replacement EVA suits for the space station, and Axiom was designated to make the landing suits for the lander, like lunar suits, right? So the reason why I bring up like citing market viability there is because in 2024, NASA and Collins mutually agreed to descope the company's XEVA's task orders, citing an inability to meet the agreed upon schedule, leaving NASA reliant on Axiom as the single provider. And that's a little Okay. That's a little strange. Now, the OIG is basically saying that they're not going to be ready with these suits. I believe they were saying, like, based off of what they've seen from past spacesuit development programs, that they're not going to be ready until 2031. Now, I'm not 100. Yeah.
Oh, it's in page 19 if you want to show Jay, by the way. The analysis. There you go.
So here's the thing, guys. This report, the OIG report criticizes NASA's decision to have spacesuits as a service rather than completing development in-house. Specifically, it states that NASA requirements for XEVAs were overly burdensome for a fixed-price contract. Yeah, the other thing is that they criticized NASA for having dual-purpose spacesuits, stating that this likely dissuaded other companies from competing in the contract. Perhaps some prefer to only focus on either lunar or ISS suits, but not both environments. The report states that ultimately these factors resulted in NASA receiving only 2 bids for XEVAs, one from Collins, a contractor with extensive experience but poor management of its EMU spacesuit maintenance contract, and one for Axiom, a provider with no spacesuit development experience. Now, okay, guys, here's the thing. This is the topic of discussion here. This report states a lot of things. Okay. I honestly think commercializing the spacesuits was a stupid idea. That's a terrible idea. There's no market for this. The XEVAs program, the thing that canceled the in-house program, which is giving us the XEMU, they cited market viability with 2 commercial contractors. One of them has already pulled out because on a firm fixed price they were unable to meet the schedule. I don't commercializing the spacesuits was that was not a good idea. I said that in 2022 over on my stream, and I still don't think it's a good idea. Thoughts? I think this is a waste of time, if you really want my honest opinion.
Yeah, the report criticizes a lot of the NASA decisions, like especially on using the firm fixed price model for this, especially talking about, because of how complicated the development is for the suit, right? And how, like, these are not the Apollo suits. The Apollo suits were great, but that was minimal viable product, right? These have like specialized joints with much more mobility. You've got newer technology as well. They have anti-abrasion technology as well for the joints and whatnot. Because one of the things of the Apollo suits is that they were also not reusable. They were custom fit. They were like you couldn't do any of that we do now with the EMU on the ISS, where you can just have multiple people use the same suits, right? You just adjust things here and there and whatnot, and you've got the suit that fits another person. So that's one of the things that they wanted to implement. There's many things as well that the report goes into in terms of like the challenges and the risks of creating a suit for not just for the moon, but also, as you were mentioning, the whole purpose of this whole contract and the reason why they had both lunar and ISS suits as part of the same competition is because NASA thought it's okay, we can do an ISS suit is just basically a moon suit without all of the movable joints and whatever. You can just make the same suit, right? After all, that's what Apollo did, right? Because the Apollo lunar suits were essentially the same as the EVA suits with a backpack and the bigger helmet and whatnot. So, like, the problem with that is, as you were mentioning, there's a paragraph which literally talks about how that might have dissuaded other contractors from perhaps getting one single contractor that might have been interested on a microgravity EVA suit, right? Like that doesn't need to also work as a moonwalking suit. And so this is what it says there. Ultimately, all of these factors combined resulted in NASA only receiving 2 bids from Collins, which currently manages the EMU suit, the extravehicular mobility unit suit, the one that is used on the ISS and it's old, basically, or Axiom, which didn't have any experience, right? But Collins, they have experience, but poor management, and Axiom doesn't have any experience. And so it's like, any of these challenges, it's just not great, right? Now,
And yet,
it does talk about I don't know if we can if we can talk about the part where it says that apparently Axiom has brought a lot of the things in house to make it easier, but
can I point out the one thing in this document that jumps out the most to me?
yeah,
Is that, sure, they only have two. They only have two people that they worked that were bidding for this contract. And somehow they still messed up compatibility. Page 24 or PDF page 30, they literally flat out say, hey, so while they're doing all of this, they never really talked to all of the providers and said, hey, here's exactly what we're going to do. They basically gave Blue kind of the NASA base suit that they were working on to build off of. And so now they're changing to the Axiom suits, and they don't really fit. It says in there, to this end, Blue Origin utilized the agency's government reference spacesuit interface design document to develop the don and doff area where suits are put on and removed. Axiom, the presumed spacesuit provider, subsequently decided to use a different connection.
Oh.
So for the Axiom spacesuit to be compatible, Blue Origin must either make significant changes to the crew module airlock layout or develop its own don-doff hardware to support Axiom's design, potentially increasing the cost to NASA. How is it that you only have two people that you're competing with and you give them a totally third separate design that now messes up the entire way that they have people get those spacesuits on and off inside your lander? That's the part of this whole document, besides obviously the fact that you're basically calling both companies incompetent early on in there. How do you mess that up?
Yeah, it's a mess.
This is not Sawyer. The answer is simple. This is not something that should have been commercialized. This was, frankly, idiotic move by NASA management at the time. Like, I don't have any better way of saying it. Like, you know what? Like, the thing is that we have the benefit of hindsight. But like, I can't prove it to anybody, but in 2022, when they did this, I was like, nah, that's not going to end well. I actually said at the time that the Starship, the landers would be ready. Starship, because SLD wasn't a thing yet. Starship would be ready before the suits. I said that at the time. That was 4 years ago. Yeah, you should not have, there's just, guys, the reason why I say that isn't because I'm anti-commercial. I love SpaceX. I love Blue. But
you're my boy Blue.
You're my boy Blue, and all the other commercial providers for sure. But the thing here is that there is a market for launch vehicles. There's a market for New Glenn with Project Kuiper, with launching landers for Artemis. There's a market for Falcon 9. There's even a market for Starship in Falcon 9 with Starlinks, right? There's a market for Falcon Heavy, right? There are other applications. There is no market for a lunar spacesuit. There's no market for that.
You know, EJ, I was thinking, because why would Axiom bid for this?
I don't know. I have no freaking idea. They're supposed to be making space station parts, but where's that?
Right?
Where's that? Yeah, where's that supposed to be? Oh, wait.
Right. So think about it this way: space station, you sometimes need to do an EVA, right?
Yeah.
The problem is exactly what I mentioned earlier, and that this criticizes, which is the competition sort of forced every single contractor bidding for this to have a dual purpose design so that it can also work on the moon. So if you want to bid and have your own commercial suit that then you can use on your own commercial station, see what I'm going here? You also had to bid with a moonwalking suit, which doesn't make a lot of sense. If you think about it this way, it would make sense for a commercial company developing their own station to have their own spacesuit, right? Like, I can totally understand that. And, it wouldn't be bad if NASA were to sort of, incentivize those sort of things, because it's their own station. It's like they're the same ones creating that sort of market, right? Like that drive. Because at some point they're going to need some kind of EVA suits so to go outside their station or whatever. But how do you pair that up with moonwalking and everything, right? Especially at the time when a moon base was not 2022, 2021. That was more like a far out thing, right? It's not like today where it's like, well, maybe now we have a moon base, and also maybe we're gonna need that as well. Like that's one of the things there where it's like maybe, because I'm seeing already comments in chat about it, maybe SpaceX could have bid an EVA suit that is not a moonwalking suit, for example.
Dude, yeah, maybe, but you're coupling so many requirements together that you're making there's no market for it, man. Like NASA is the one that needs to be shouldering the risk there with stuff that doesn't have a market. That's what they do by definition. The reason why SLS exists is because there's no market for super heavy launch vehicles, so NASA made it themselves, right? That's the reason why the Saturn V existed, right? There's no market for building a vehicle that big. Right? I mean, I would say that should change, right? Am I right? Am I right? But there's no market for lunar suits. That's not something that even is going to be something in the near future. All right, this moon base that we're going to build. How many suits are you going to need up there? What, 2, 3, 4, maybe?
I think the ISS has like 3 of them, and that's it. And then there's like one spare on the ground.
That's what I mean, dude. Like, how many suits are we talking about here? We're not talking about a lot of suits. It's not like they're going to need hundreds of suits to the point where it'd make sense.
Yeah.
This is something that should not have been commercialized. I'm sorry, it shouldn't.
If anything, EJ, I think it should have been like commercial crew, where the providers of the landers are the ones that provide the suit. Commercial crew, you've got Boeing and SpaceX providing the suits for the launch and entry. That interface with their own landers. That thing with Blue Origin not having the good interface design and whatnot wouldn't have happened. You know what I mean?
I think this is going to be Axiom foray into saying, look, we want to be the contractors that also build the space station or the lunar base modules. In my opinion, this is their way of getting in early and saying, look, we'll provide you the spacesuits. We're building our own our own station modules. Put 2 and 2 together, and what do you get? You get a lunar base, and you get one that'll integrate already with their spacesuits.
Yeah, but
that's my opinion why they're getting into this.
Yeah, but there's a problem with that, Sawyer. They haven't done any of that.
There's a lot of things that haven't been done with HLS yet.
That's fair. Like, no, like, at what point does it become too much on Axiom's plate? They were supposed to deliver a space station attachment in 2022.
Yeah, and spacesuits in time, and so yeah, about that whole Collins mismanaging thing.
To be fair, oh, go ahead, EJ.
The reason why Collins pulled out was because they looked at the firm fixed pricing and said it wasn't worth it. All right, they descoped on purpose, and that goes back to what I'm saying.
It's what's ready. Look on the screen. It's what's ready right now for the landing.
Oh yeah, that's really good. Oh wow, that's very impressive. That's what I'm getting at, dude. Like, there's no Axiom haven't delivered nothing, right? Like, Collins pulled out because they don't have a fixed. They cited it's not good. Like, they're not gonna. The firm fixed pricing was not. They weren't gonna be able to get it done by the deadline because of the firm fixed price. They basically didn't have enough money. So that should be a red flag to you right there that this is not something that should be commercialized. Firm fix. I know everyone loves firm fixed pricing. It's the best way. NASA saves money that way. You can make that argument if you want, but that didn't work here.
There's also the argument. Sorry,
okay.
I was going to mention because I think it is page 11 or was it 14? There's one where it shows the progression of, like, this is going from 2007, right? EJ, like. This is also one of the outrageous things of this program. Let me see if I can find it.
We see chat. We see the tweet. We'll get to it in a second.
Yeah.
Oh, we're well aware of it.
There we go.
We've seen it. Don't worry. We'll get to it in a moment.
There's a lot to it.
We can do multiple things at once. So yeah, like here they had first an in-house version. I still remember those, the sea suits and everything. Then you had the Constellation space suit system or whatever, also like next to it, like in parallel from 2009 to 2016, which was with a company as well. Like, it was a prime contractor. It was not in-house. Then you got the XEMU or whatever, and then it's right next to to there, and it's also in-house. And so it's like even NASA was bouncing around between, having a contractor, not having it. And frankly, like having a contractor is not bad per se, because that's essentially what they did with Apollo and Gemini and all those older suits and whatnot. They had different companies to be able to make those suits, as well as the EMU suit that they use right now on the ISS. The problem is, if you're already developing and pretty much getting close to it, they just canceled the in-house version because they were like, "Oh, we don't have enough money." And it's like,
dude,
you have the money then for the commercial one?
Yeah, exactly. That's it, man. The fixed price thing is pushing all the risk onto the contractors, and the contractors ain't going to take it because there's no market for it. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
You guys don't want to hear us talk about how NASA can't manage their own space suit program, right, Sawyer? I think they're jonesing for the next thing. Am I wrong?
Yeah. Let me just really quickly take this one from Observer with the $10 super chat who said, "Huh, what the? Can previously EVA suits work instead? How about Blue Origin suit?" I think they meant SpaceX's suit, like the one that Isaacman was in when he had his EVA. Two totally different purposes. You're talking about a vacuum versus being on the actual lunar surface where it's 1/6 gravity, where you have to be able to be more nimble, and also the fact you've got to deal with the lunar regolith. That dust is sharp. It's like glass. So you got to have a suit that's strong enough to be able to deal with the fact that it's going to get absolutely covered in it.
That's right. It's like powdery fiberglass, dude. That's something that needs to be taken into account. But yeah, just to put a cap on this, Jared Isaacman and Axiom have both said that they're going to be ready in 2028, which, I mean, once again, that's a tall order, but I honestly I think they're right. I don't think Axiom will be much later on it, dude. The reason why is because we have a deadline now. The extrapolation that the OIG used for, determining spacesuit readiness in 2031 is based off of all those other spacesuits that we just saw there that Alex just rattled
It's
off.
actually from Orion and Starliner and whatnot, which makes it even weird.
Long story short, those took a lot of time. And I think Axiom's going to be ready because we have a deadline. Yeah. That's the only difference. You have to get it done by 2028. That's the difference between this and every other one of those programs. And I make the argument that is the reason why all the other programs have failed, not necessarily money. Without a deadline, you don't know how much stuff is going to cost, right? Like,
yeah,
time influences your budget big time.
What's that big giant bar in the middle there? The one that's taking so much longer than all the others, that's skewing all the data. Wonder what that vehicle could be.
Yeah, I have a lot of problems with this analysis. It is true that the only way to compare it really is just to compare with other human spaceflight programs, right? But then you have things that are way delayed, like Commercial Crew. The Orion one stops at Exploration Flight Test 1 for whatever reason. It doesn't go all the way to Artemis 1 or 2. If that were the case, then the bar will be... Yeah, it was in 2014. So imagine adding another 8 years to that. It will surpass the Commercial Crew for Boeing. And also, like, these programs are way different in scope and like the size of how many things they need to do, right? Like these are way more complicated, I will argue, than a spacesuit. Still, the spacesuit is not easy, especially in the small budget that they used for this. So we'll see. There's other parts as well that we can go more detailed, but we don't we don't have a lot of time. They talk about ways to try to mitigate some of the challenges, such as, for example, moving things in house. I mentioned this earlier, or partnering with companies that actually work on these things, like Prada works on textile stuff, right? That's the whole thing. Oakley for the visor. Like you have multiple different companies that already are experts on these sort of things, and it's like you just put them together. But yeah, I this is essentially how they come up with the 2031 date.
I mean, I'll take any excuse to point out Starliner. Just saying. It's funny to me. Not funny, but funny. All right. So, we have this big giant SpaceX 24-minute 56-second thing that dropped. We are going to watch the whole thing with you in a little bit. We have the other topics that we have lined up here. As soon as that's done, stick around. We are going to do a live watch through with you so we can all react together. You'll see our reactions. We'll be able to chat with you about it. It's a long one, so bear with us. We will get to it. I promise you that. So stick around. We'll have that conversation coming up very shortly. But one thing I do want to talk about is everyone's favorite thing. While we're talking about happy subjects, yeah, so Jared's back in the news again after there was a whole thing about the budget. We love talking about that. And yeah, Alex, why is Jared facing a little scrutiny now?
Well, so we're back to basically the same deal that we had last year with the presidential budget request, and there's not a lot of change compared to what we had last year. So I have here my notes. Basically, it's like a copy of last year. It's about 23% overall funding cut that they're proposing, and every department except for exploration is getting a cut. So like exploration is actually like 9% increase in budget. Everything else is like 40%, 50 or 10 or yeah, it's a mess there. And so Jared, as part of this appropriations process, he is now supposed to go to multiple hearings. This is with the, let me see, House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. And so he had to actually face a few of the Congress people there. Some of the key criticisms were, for example, that it's too small of a budget. Like they think it's too small of a budget for so many things that the agency wants to do. They criticize the cuts across the NASA science portfolio. The part as well that also stuck out to me as well in this presidential budget request. By the way, it's like 380 pages long. I read them entirely yesterday. I didn't even like a spreadsheet out of this. So my eyes are even, they still hurt. But one of the things that really struck out to me was that the things that are being cut, they are not mentioned except for like missions in the science area, for example. There's like 50 or so missions that are being cut, but only a handful of them are actually being put on the budget request as being cut. And the document does not show past expenditures. So in previous budget requests, you will see, for example, lines where it will say, what other previous fiscal years they will have spent and things like that, so that you could compare how much they're doing. They're moving budgets and things like that, all the funding. They've done that only with the top line numbers, so like, NASA science, boom, you've got the numbers for the, but if you look like mission by mission, that's not there. It's a whole mess. Also, heavy criticisms we saw there, Brian Babin, the committee chairman. He does not like that NASA is phasing out the ML2 and that they're getting rid of the exploration upper stage. He actually said to Jared that, you should fund that. And also, like, there were also concerns about applying the budget request before the appropriations process is complete, center job layoffs and things like that, while also trying to hire people with the NASA force. Lots of things. More hearings are on the way for Jared as well next week, because there's another two that are on tap. One for Tuesday and one for Monday and Tuesday. He has another two as well. So that's going to be quite interesting to see. But yeah, I don't know if we have the clips, Jay, because I remember putting some of the. All right, well, we don't have them. But yeah, he got a lot of this people like making certain comments that they are just gonna do just like last year, that they're not gonna be approving this budget request, that they're gonna be doing their own thing, basically. We'll see what occurs with the side of SLS and whatnot. It does look like NASA Science is gonna be probably saved again from most of these cuts, if not all of them. But yeah, they're not happy. Let's put it that way.
Also, thank you for going through all of the reading so we don't have to.
Yeah, right?
chat is very grateful for that as well. So, I mean, this feels very similar to last year, where it was, hey, we've got this budget that looks horrendous and it's scary, and it ended up not being too bad. Of course, not great, but not too bad. And this is Jared Isaacson's first foray into this, now that he's the actual full administrator versus when we had an acting administrator last time. Do you think that puts a little more pressure on him at this point to live up to what happened last time or to improve upon it? And especially given what he said to us when he did the NSF interview just before Artemis of, basically, if I don't do my job and put this whole thing together, then I could be fired. Which
It was mentioned
comment's
that.
been coming around lately. Yeah.
Brian, he actually made that comment that I saw you on some media saying that you will be fired. I hope you don't get fired, but I hope you also fund Mobile Launcher 2 and EOS. I was like, is that a reference to our interview? That was funny. Yeah.
EJ, I'm sure you've also read through a lot of this too. I'm very interested on your thoughts.
Okay. All right. On one hand, look, the president underfunded. The presidential budget request last year was underfunded, and Congress overreacted and actually gave NASA more money. Why did we think this was going to be any different this time? Question. Hello?
Yeah, they're gonna be.
Why did we think it would be any different this time? The other thing that I'm kind of getting a little. And Alex, I mean, I've been in Kansas for the last week, so like maybe you can help me understand
there was a Kansas guy there as well.
We're not in Kansas anymore, EJ.
I am not in Kansas anymore. That is true. I kind of wish I was. Like, I didn't. Just side note, I didn't really realize how big of a plane hub Wichita is. There's just those people like eat airplanes for breakfast, and I'm kind of jealous. Like there's just planes. There's just planes everywhere. It's awesome. Like I'm just putting it out there. Shout out to Kansas. That place rules. All right. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Why did we think this was going to be any different? Right? Like it's going to be the same thing. The other thing that I'm kind of getting hung up on, Alex. This is where I was. Jared keeps saying that, they have a capital allocation problem. They have a capital allocation problem. They have a capital allocation problem. We don't need all this money to do all this stuff. Yet you have stuff like the OIG report about the spacesuits saying that NASA didn't do this because they didn't have enough money to make a spacesuit in-house. Like, which one is it? Like, which one is it? What do you mean? Does that mean like if you get overfunded that oh no, we have more money now? Like, if Congress is going to give you the money for the EUS and the ML, make the dang thing, right? Like, are we not going to do that? Like, you could still do Centaur, right? Like, you can still do SLS with Centaur. I mean, I have my own thoughts about that. I really don't think you could put a Centaur on top of SLS, but that's just I mean, that's a whole rabbit hole. But it's very clear that Congress wants ML2 made. You could tell because the ranking member said, I want ML2 made, like verbatim, right? I just, the capital allocation problem is one thing, but if they're going to give you more money, don't be like, oh no, I can't accept this. Like, dude, if they're going to give you more money, let's build out the rocket that NASA needs, and man, I don't know, maybe building out the spacesuits that they need too. Like, I don't know, just putting it out there. Yeah. Like, just my 2 cents.
I don't like either the. I don't want to sound too overly negative with this comment, but I also hate the fact that for exploration and for the moon base and everything is, it's a huge challenge, but NASA can do the impossible. But we cannot launch some gateway modules that are a little bit corroded, right? Like, it's one of those many things that it's like, or no, we cannot do a probe to whatever, right? Like, there's a few things that I understand where it's coming from, right? Like, you want to defend. Like, I see his position that he wants to go with the lunar base. He wants to protect human space flight, blah blah, flags on the moon and all that stuff. But I really feel like if you're touting NASA as doing the impossible, right, and then you suddenly cancel like 50 science missions out of the blue, just fund the few flagship missions that are coming up in the next few years, but not commit to anything after that, right? Like it feels to me that it's more like saying let's do the easy things for some of these non-human spaceflight things. And I'm the kind of guy that kind of wants both. Like I want to see all the things, right? And as you mentioned, EJ, like it feels to me that if they just need the budget, like why are we going through this all over again? Like Congress is just gonna keep those missions, right?
I think it's on purpose, Alex. To be honest with you, I think they're lowballing on purpose to get NASA the funding that it needs. But that's my crazy tinfoil hat theory.
Yeah.
They're saying, "Oh, we're going to cut all the budget," and Congress is going to be like, "No, you're not. No, you're not. Here, have more money." And then they're going to be like, Jared Isaacman's going to be like, "Oh no."
And like,
oh no.
Like even the
have
chairman,
more money now.
Brian Babin, he was like, I'm a staunch conservative. I but I really know that this budget is not going to be doing the things that NASA should be doing, right? Like, and many other were out there as well. That it's like, I don't see this, and yeah, it's gonna be very much like last year. They're just not gonna. But it was interesting though, because this time around, there was an actual administrator, right? That was out there, that was in the hearing, and when it comes to hearings, I guess Jared is the perfect man for that. But there's there's
Dude, he's gonna hear
Jared.
you. He just heard you say that. You're in trouble now.
I know. It's a joke. Don't worry. But look, like I said that because it's the best man to do that because he's the head of NASA. Like that's the whole point, right? We did not have that last year. Now there's a person out there to rationalize, to put some logic behind any of these plans, which some of them, like, don't get me wrong, I'm on board with a few things. I read the entire budget. There are a few things that I'm really excited about. It funds, for example, a portable life support system for a Mars spacesuit. We need to get already on that based on the experience with the AXMU, right? Like, yes, let's get on Mars spacesuits already, right? Like, these are the things that we should be funding, right? That's the sort of thing. And there's good things in the budget proposal, don't get me wrong, but man, it's all down a lot of other bad things.
Yeah, which, by the way, Mighty Likely said, can we trade in ML2 for EVA suits?
Sure.
Why would we get rid of something that exists?
Right. Well, yeah, because the Axiom EVA suits are great. Oh, wait. So, yeah.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Yeah. Also, there's this big rocket that you need to get the spacesuit to the lunar surface. I'm just putting it out there. Like, probably should keep that, or at least the thing that launches it.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see where we go from here. What this ends up being budget-wise, what stays and what doesn't. And I mean, this was part of what Jared Isaacman's whole big thing was on being able to try and preserve all the science and get us back to the moon by 2028 and do all of this. And obviously, having the budget for it is super important, especially these next couple of years as we try and hit that goal of lunar landing or landings by 2028. So what they're able to get out of this, I think, is going to be a huge dictator of what happens going forward for this lunar landing goal that's been set. Yeah, I haven't seen any other questions about the topic on this, so.
Yeah, it's a short one, this one, but I thought it was important to point it out because, again, there are a few things that I really am not a fan of, like, not stating the exact missions that you're cutting. That you like the only way that you really find out which missions are being cut is because they're just not present while they were in the last one, right? Like OSIRIS-REx, for example, Juno, New Horizons. I can count multiple of those. Hubble funding is decreased. James Webb as well. I don't like that either, but they cite operational efficiencies in quotes. So we'll take that.
But hey, we have Nancy Grace Roman in the clean room over at Goddard.
It's
they held
under budget,
they held the event
so
there.
Yeah, it's under
It
budget.
is.
That's what happens when the Department of Defense shoulders the $1 billion cost of the satellite to be made.
Hey, it's something, right? It's something. I'll take it at that point. That's a win. And our Pat, I believe was it Pat that was out there for that one, or
Pat was there. Yep.
yeah, at the event representing NSF. So that was cool to have someone out there for the science side of things too, because we do cover that a lot on the website over at nasaspaceflight.com and all of that stuff. So
I think
do
there
like
are
science.
a few pictures from members as well, I think. In the many of them that I get pings for. I think there were a few of those, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Are excited, saying loving the balance between you guys today. Yeah, that's weird. Normally, we kind of force ourselves to be like, oh, we're going to try and be neutral and do both sides. This is just happening naturally today. So,
yeah.
Cool. What's not cool, in my opinion, is what's going to happen to Just Read the Instructions next. So, I think
Why?
Well, I'm going to explain it. This is my topic. I'll explain it, okay?
Stop yelling at me.
No! It's the only way to talk to someone from Baston is to yell at them.
Oh yeah. Like that guy from New York is gonna not be louder. Yeah, nice try, pal.
Oh, we'll have a loud off. I will have a loud off with you, sir. I don't know if our viewers who are listening on headphones will appreciate it, but I would.
Just start your dang topic, pal.
Okay, all right. Go pack your car and have it, yad.
Hey, we don't talk like that, you son of a... I can't...
Son of a journey.
You son of a journey, man. Son of a shepherd. You're son of a shepherd. Anyway, go.
So, Just Read the Instructions was the autonomous spaceport drone ship, the barge that supported the most recent Falcon 9 East Coast mission, and that was the GPS-3 SV-10 or GPS-3-8 or as ASAP as possible or Hedy Lamar. That's Headley. There weren't enough names for that one, but anyway. That successfully launched the other day from Slick 40 over at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and landed on Just Read the Instructions. When suddenly in the SpaceX broadcast and then immediately after on X, they dropped a bombshell of, following this mission, Just Read the Instructions will no longer be supporting Falcon 9 landings. You can see there, just landing the last planned Falcon mission for this drone ship. And then, of course, the question was, wait a minute, the last planned Falcon mission for Falcon specifically? And then they had a follow-up. And it said, after 156 successful Falcon 9 landings, Just Read the Instructions will be fully dedicated to support Starship operations going forward. Now, a reminder at this point, Just Read the Instructions supporting Falcon 9 launches versus Starship. How soon is Starship ready to launch from Florida? We still haven't had an orbital launch yet from Starbase. Flight 12 coming up soon, TM. And they're already switching over to Starship stuff. Now, SpaceX does have another drone ship out there, of course, the Shortfall of Gravitas. And then they also have the drone ship that they will be using, which is more of a transporter ship, I guess, to carry Starship items from Starbase to Florida, which is how they're going to have to do it in the meantime while they continue building the Mega Bay and all of their structures over at Roberts Road as well as over at 37. That one is called You'll Thank Me Later. So this thing, and by the way, I do want to go over the history of Just Read the Instructions, or as I call it, Jerdy, and people hate me when I call them ASOG and Jerdy, but I'm not going to have many chances left, so I'm going to use it today, okay, darn it? This you see here was the final landing on it, and I haven't seen Fluffy in chat, but I will mention that Just Read the Instructions was originally a West Coast drone ship. Its first landing was, I guess, was, I believe, was it the Jason 3 mission? I have it written down. Why am I asking?
Jason 3 was the first one, dude. Yep.
Yeah, and that, I mean, it technically landed and then immediately
The
tipped
leg
over after
locking.
one of the things failed to lock on the leg, but
Yeah.
so it kind of went boom, but it did have another successful landing after that eventually. In January of 2017, it did the first successful landing at least. And then, yeah, it stayed over on the West Coast. Here it is. This was their how not to land an orbital class booster. And then we get to 2016, and that is when we see the Jason 3 landing, where it reminded me a lot of when Jack and I went, no, 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 or Jack went, no, 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 no. Yeah, reminds me of that one when it kind of tipped over a bit. Yeah, they had some issues with landing. Poor Jordy. I should point out also, just read the instructions. 2. There was another just read the instructions.
That one.
Yeah.
That one that we're showing right now.
And then they realized, hey, we can make some things to improve it. And so that's when they went with just read the instructions 2, in addition to the, of course, I Still Love You one. Yeah, a lot of them kind of fell over for a bit there.
Yeah, that's Sierra 6. By the way, that's the only 2 times that they actually failed at landing on a hard surface, if you want to call it like that. That's just read the instructions, number 1.
There's the new one.
That's just read the instructions, number 2. Yeah.
That's the one that's now being used for Starship transport. Yeah.
Yep. But by then, they had already landed on LC1. Yeah, this was SES-9, first actual attempt on, of course, I Still Love You. And Tycom 8, I think that was the 4th.
But yeah, either way, that was kind of the history there for just read the instructions. There's also the one where it came back with pieces of Falcon 9 on it after it landed, and then there was the fire that occurred in sort of the engine area that led to the loss of the booster on it. So yeah, just read the instruction also had a very interesting history with that first explosion and then the one in 2025 when, yeah, it ended up with pieces back. By the way, I love that our we had our Space Coast Live cameras out there for the second one. So there's video from Space Coast Live and from all of our cameras out there of just read the instructions coming back with little pieces of stuff on it. So shout out to the team for that. But anyway, this moving on to Starship, my opinion, this is way too early. Why are you going to do that now? Because I'm going to flat out say it. I'm going to call it now. Cadence is going to drop for Falcon 9. I don't see any other way unless you start moving them to a combination of RTLS missions, which they talked about years ago, maybe starting to do with Starlink, but they want to get as many satellites as possible, and that would mean fewer satellites because of the propellant needed to be able to get back. I feel like this is going to stunt Falcon 9. I feel like it's too early, especially given we're a little ways out from Starship here at the Cape. I don't know, what do you guys think?
Sawyer, I think... this is going to sound ridiculous, but I think they're going to put less Starlinks on Falcon 9 and opt for more RTLS missions. Why is that? The Starlink network is almost done. Think about it. It's like a 12,000 satellite network. They have somewhere over 10,000 and change. All that's left at after you ramp down, right, is to just replace Starlinks that are deorbiting, right? So you don't need to launch, what do they do? 27 Starlink V2 midis nowadays? You don't need to do that. You can do 20 or you can do 15, right? Just to replace the shell when satellites get old, right? That's all you got to do. They can afford to RTLS. The other thing is that I think it's very clear that SpaceX is all in on Starship, dude. They're all in on that thing. I think they expect it to be flying relatively routine by next year. Or I would dare say the end of this year. I mean, what do you think? I think that's a thing, dude.
Yeah, but why now? Why stop using just read the instructions now? Why not a couple months from now when you're a little bit closer to knowing when Starship's going to be arriving at the Cape? At this point, you're betting everything on V3. V3 hasn't flown yet. We only just saw the static fire test, which was kind of a static fire. It's just, I don't know. It feels too soon for me. Like, they could at least get 2 or 3 more months out. And like you said, the constellation's almost done. So why not try and get as much done to finish it now rather than waiting?
Dude, I got some bad news for you. All right. Falcon is old at this point. That Jason 3 launch that you guys were talking about at the opening part of that segment, you
10
know,
years
that
ago.
was like that was a
2016.
that was a decade ago, right? Like
Yeah. January 2016.
Falcon is old at this point. This is the beginning of the end, man. Starship's going to eclipse it.
It's too soon, but
It's
that
not
was my
too
whole point.
soon.
It's also
Falcon's
the
been
only
flying for
SpaceX
16
rocket
years,
that can
man.
launch more than 100 times a year.
Yeah, but how many Starship flights have we had at this point? 11? Coming up on 12. Is
Yeah,
it not
and
too soon? Especially considering we're still waiting for the fact that you've got Starship not ready yet, not in orbit yet, which again, I know is intentional, but just saying.
Here's my
one
question.
one thing, because I'm seeing a lot of people in chat confused about just read the instructions. It is only for transport. They're not landing starships on
Yep.
just read the instructions.
They're using it to move stuff.
Yeah, exactly. They're using it to move vehicles from Starbase to Cape Canaveral. That's basically all they're
Now,
using it for.
Here's another humdinger that I'm gonna throw in here. All right, Alex, do you know off the top of your head what Falcon 9 flight Jason 3 was? How many flights had they done up
20.
until that point? See what I mean? There you go.
You know how many
time,
flights was Demo 2?
It's time.
Demo
I don't
2
wanna know. I don't
is
wanna
less
know
than
this.
10 years after Falcon 9's first flight. How many? Like, just guess like a range of potential flights.
Yeah, probably
A
30.
reasonable range. Don't tell me 1 to 600.
30. It's not as much as you guys might think. It's like 30 to 40, something like that.
A little bit more, but on the right track.
Yeah, it's not Falcon. The
82nd
majority of
launch.
Falcon. Oh my goodness.
It was not even the 100th.
Oh,
wow.
Geez. And if I correct me if I'm wrong here, I do believe the 600th Falcon 9 landing was the other day.
Yeah.
That's just the landing, dude. How many launches?
But this is
are they
why
up to?
I agree somewhat with Sawyer. And I say somewhat because I do think that at some point, like, I understand them needing transport barges because they have another one, Mark Mac 31 or 31, also known as You'll Thank Me Later, but it can only move one at a time. So necessarily, like, you need another one at the very least in order to move, because you have a ship and you have a booster, right? So I can understand them sort of taking just read the instructions as the other barge for that. And also gives them flexibility, like you can be transporting a booster out to the Cape, for example, while you prepare a ship on the other barge at Starbase. Just to put an example, like maybe a few weeks of differences, instead of having to wait for that barge to have to come back from the Cape and having to load. You know, that sort of flexibility is really nice to have. But I agree that it might be too soon, because I want to believe that Starship will ramp up cadence. I just don't think it'll be as fast as they all think that is going to be. I look at the Falcon 9 cadence, and we're talking Demo 2 was like a year. It was like 10 years almost to the day after Falcon 9's first flight, and it was less than the 100th launch, right? So
all I'm saying, guys, is that we're trending towards a lot of Starship launches happening sooner rather than later, and Falcon's old, dude. I hate saying that, but I think this is the beginning of the end for it, man.
All right, I see people in chat bringing this up, so I want to mention it. Yes, I understand that just read the instructions is going to need to go through modifications. You know, you have the garage and the octograbbers and all the other stuff on it that's meant to be for landings, and you're going to have to transition it over to a transport vessel. We just saw, in fact, Julia was tweeting about this. I believe she posted this today, talking about Marmac 31, like you said. You'll thank me later. Saying that it was at the North Cargo dock and then it was gone. It appears Marmac 31 may be at the Air Force dock at the Cape, and asking Tico if it is time for modifications for ship transport, as just read the instruction transitions to a new role doing hauling. So that's the other thing. You've got one of them that's being prepared and readied now for its transition. How long is it realistically going to take to get just read the instructions transition to a Starship transport vessel? Genuine
Dude,
question. What do you think?
Sawyer, I honestly and truly think that aren't the brackets already made at Sanchez? They already made them. I don't think it's going to take very long.
Exactly my point. Haha.
Yeah.
I win. Like
I think it's going to be another 6 months until we see vehicles going to the Cape. Hi.
6 months? Really? What? Wait,
At
what?
least.
Ryan Weber is with us.
Maybe a
just as
little bit
Alex.
less if they are lucky. But I just, like, they're only now doing the upper portion of Booster 20.
So?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a difference between the vessel being
unless-
ready and the ship
No
being
way,
ready.
dude. Summertime. No way.
Unless the option for them is, let's steal a whole flight worth of vehicles, right? Like from Starbase. Like the other option is, okay, let's actually not launch one of these missions out of Starbase and do it from Florida. Like that's the only way that I can see it, because it's true that they're building more ships than boosters. That's what we should expect, right? The boosters are supposed to be more reusable than the ships, right? Like they should launch more often than the ships themselves. But still, Booster 20, that's Flight 13. If they catch it, then that means Booster 21 is the one going to Florida then? Like which booster is going to Florida, right? You catch my drift here, where I'm going, right?
Yeah, you could have the ship ready, but not have hardware to ship.
Yeah. You can have the drone ship and everything and the transport barge and everything ready and all that, but it's like, do you have the vehicles to move them? I don't know. I'm more of the thought that they should have actually pushed more for like 200 flights of Falcon 9 or something like that in order to prove themselves. But
Hold up.
we're talking
Artemis
about 24 hours.
The Artemis 3 core just rolled out, right? It just rolled out of Michoud, right? And they moved it. Did you guys notice it was missing a piece?
Yeah, the engine section and part of the transfer tube for the look at auction transfer line.
Yeah. Why do you think that SpaceX is going to move a fully completed booster over to the Cape?
Because they don't have anywhere to do that.
Not yet.
No,
Giga Bay is nowhere complete.
Yeah, there's no facilities on the. There you go.
The
I was gonna
VAB
say
does not support that. That's the problem.
What do you mean?
You need the tooling for that.
Ding ding.
What's tooling?
You still will need time to outfit the VAB. Haven't you seen the welders and everything that they use? The automatic welder station that they use for that?
I'm getting confused. They're not. What are we doing in the VAB? They're just storing it in the VAB.
Storing it is a whole different thing. But you're suggesting to build the vehicles. Is that?
No.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
saying that you didn't let me finish. They're not going to give you a fully when I say fully completed vehicle, I mean like a super heavy that has no engines. You're going to want to do fitment checks. You're going to maybe get that snaggletooth design that we saw with like a couple of Raptors on it. You got to do fit checks on the pad. You got to make sure everything works. You got to use those chops. You got to take stuff that, so, the point that I'm getting at is that how can we be so sure that Booster 20, right, is the one? Oh, no, they're not going to send that one to the Cape. No, I think they are. I think they're going to send it over there for fit checks. If you really want my
And that's a
honest
mission
opinion,
that they cannot fly out of Starbase.
So
you stole the flight
what
cadence. Like that's the whole point that I'm making here. You
It's not
either
gonna stall
trade
flight
for
cadence.
flying faster now and learning earlier, or slow down now and fly faster later. Either way, you're still flying faster later. You're just delaying the initial part. You know what I mean here, right?
You're trying to make the argument that getting two pads operational is going to make things.
No, I'm trying to make the point here that if you're stealing vehicles from Starbase, you're also hurting their cadence, and that's currently the only active pad that they have right now, because the act of actually stealing that vehicle to enable the launches from 39A is in fact the thing that is stealing the launches also from Pad 2. Like, that's the whole point. But if they
basically what you're
wait
saying
until
is-
they actually have the vehicles to do so without hurting Starbase launch cadence, then they have both the Starbase launch cadence and the 39A launch cadence. And that's
So you're
what I
saying
mean.
wait till they have a couple of boosters or ships that have returned so that they can refly, so they don't have to worry about sending new ones over to the Cape, so they can still keep flying as often as they want out of Starbase while they do the fit checks and everything. Which, if that's the case, then again, they're not close to that. By the way, you know that EJ and Alex are getting heated when both of their chairs start sinking down as they keep talking.
There.
I love it.
I'm not sitting
It's because
up
I get
straight.
too
Screw
comfortable and it's like, ugh.
That's what I mean. As they slouch down, it's like, wait a minute. You can tell how heated it's getting by how high all three of us are.
I think somebody pointed this out. Like, it's a trade-off between, you know, have the pain now or have the pain later. You still have the pain of having to enable 39A launches, but do you want to have them, you know, in detriment of
when
not
has
launching from
SpaceX ever
Starbase?
not? Yeah, I get it, but when has SpaceX never not ripped the Band-Aid off? You know what I mean? Like, they're always dude. They scrapped SN15. They don't care. Just do it now, and
No,
then
but
get two
Elon
pads
said in
on.
his update that it's still there.
But what if Flight 12 fails or doesn't perform as good as they probably want? Then you really need to flight 13 as soon as possible, and then you have to expand booster 20 probably even. See what I'm getting at, right? Like, this is putting a lot of the eggs in a very big basket, basically, right? Like, and it's just a single one, and that is that Mega Bay and Star Factory producing enough boosters to pull out the 39A launch this year, and also being able to produce enough boosters and ships to be able to supply the cadence of Starbase launches as well. So it's, I mean, I'm not saying, like, I'm not, the whole reason why I said 6 months is because I can see in 6 months them having plenty of boosters and plenty of flight experience to now say, okay, we're launching these and we're landing them and we're reusing them. We have plenty of these to say, Florida, you can take one. Because that is when I can see them, you know, not having their cadence be heard with that.
Now, Dwarf brings up a good point here. You must think bigger. All of Artemis 3 and 4 still fly from the Cape.
Yeah, they have the entirety of 2027 for that.
Yeah. No, I get that. But, and that's the other thing. I saw someone saying, where was it? I saw it in chat. Hang on, let me scroll for it. They wrote, you only need one booster for every 3 ships in 2027, since the boosters come straight back to the pads and the ships will be taking longer for missions outside LEO. Some will stay longer in. That's exactly the point, though. And again, you know, we're talking 2027. So that changes things. I don't know.
Yeah.
By the way, Fluffy, when I pointed out the West Coast side of things, did say, I'm always watching, Sawyer. Always watching. Wait, that sounds weird. Oh, nice. I like it. And then 1021 RDS saying Starship is going to go from 12 to 100 launches quick. It's going to make Falcon 9 cadence look like child's play. That's pretty bold. I don't know. But yeah, and again, people saying maybe they don't need the extra barge. They might not. But I'm a little upset because the beginning of the show, at the beginning of the year, or the end of the year, when we do the suggestions of what we think 2026 is going to be, and we discuss the launch cadence of how many Falcon launches, now we're all wrong.
Yeah. I do understand SpaceX. Like, I can get the reason to get a second barge. As I said, it gives them flexibility, and it's 2 stages, right? And basically you can, because of their size, you can only fit like one at a time, right? Gives you flexibility. You can ship 2 of those without needing to, you know, have to depend on the other barge schedule and whatnot. But, you know, I wish it wasn't just read the instructions. I wish it was another one and they kept the Falcon 9 cadence, but yeah, whatever. It is what it is, I guess.
Which one would you have rather have been?
I don't know.
Either
Well,
Shortfall Gravitas or Of Course I Still Love You.
there's a few other Markmac barges as well. I mean, You'll Thank Me Later is Markmac 31. Just Read the Instructions is Markmac 303. And then you've got the original Just Read the Instructions was Markmac 300. ASOG, a short form of Gravitas, is Markmac 302. And Of Course I Still Love You is 304. You still have 301. There's a picture out there on the internet if you want to look it up of 301 literally moving an oil rig. That's how big these barges are really. It looks small, but it's not. It's huge and they are very capable. There's also new barges as well from the same series, the 300 series, 305, 306, and 307. I think even 308 as well is online now. They could have bought any of those as well. There were also even like theories at the time that You'll Thank Me Later was going to be one of those, and it turned out to not be that. But yeah.
Okay, here's the other thing that I want to bring up. I know we've kind of beat this topic to death a bit, but we have Falcon Heavy coming up on Monday, which, by the way, you should go like the stream, and that way you get notified when we go live. And if you're not already subscribed, so you know when we do go live for all these launches. Subtle, but wasn't there a hint at one point? Someone at SpaceX said that they would have the ability to have a dual landing at sea of the Falcon Heavy side cores at some point. Does this change that, Alex? You remember what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, there was that comment. I think it was John Edwards that talked about 2 boosters on a drone ship or something like that, right? Because that was another thing as well from this whole exchange with Kiko Donchev, where it was like, well, we have plans for double downrange recovery. I'm like, what plans? Did nobody notice that, right? Like, I was replying to him being like, what plans, right? And one of those things might just be that I have no idea. It's downrange recovery, so it doesn't mean you suddenly like separate a booster and return it back to the launch site. It doesn't work that way. So I don't know. It's a weird thing. Yeah, there you go. That last sentence around here. We have a plan for any double downrange Falcon Heavy missions. Unless the plan is like rapidly converting Jerty or Just Read the Instructions back to a drone ship. I don't know. It's weird.
That's what I was thinking of. That immediately when they got rid of, they said that it was going to be changing over. I'm like, but the plan, and this was recent too. It's not like this was forever ago and now it's old. No, we're talking, I'm sure, within the time frame of them expecting to transition Just Read the Instructions over to Starship. So, it would be still cool to see the double downrange landing for Falcon Heavy.
Something that does not go away at the very least is double RTLS, which is still, quite nice. And also, there's a case as well where if the mission somehow has the performance to do that, they can maybe return the boosters and also land the core still on a short form of Gravitas, because that's still available. So who knows?
Yeah, they've yet to successfully recover a center core stage for Falcon Heavy, and also the fact that they will eventually be losing LZ2. Right now, LZ2 is basically still there in case they needed it for Falcon Heavy. The original goal, and we've talked about this on Flame Trenches before and on our, caper kind of lookovers, there was the whole thing of, they want to be able to have the rockets land at a landing zone from the same pad they launch from. So build 2 landing zones at 39A so that the side cores would both land back at A. They already did that over there with Slick 40. So, it would be cool to see that, but I guess that's that kind of interim of once they lose LZ2 entirely and before they have LZs up at 39A, because again, right now, 39A, its only 2 focuses are Falcon Heavy and Starship. I don't know. And yes, I should point out, thank you in the back channel, yes, Ryan, Caden, They technically recovered a center core, but it was in a single stick Falcon 9 configuration. I'm talking about on a Falcon Heavy mission. Fine, I'll put the asterisks there. Anyway.
What do you guys not think that they could land 2 boosters on one drone ship?
I do. I think it's just risky. You're risking losing 2 boosters. 2 boosters that you can reuse on another Falcon Heavy, because beside boosters, you can just.
So what's the solution there? Just crash one and expend one and save the other? Like,
but I mean, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, why? When you think about it, the landings that they do currently at the LZs are staggered. So it's like, one lands and then the other lands, the whole radio thing, if I remember rightly. So would that not be an issue if you're landing them that close to each other? I mean, LZs 1 and 2 are close when they landed side by side, but they're not that close, like on the tiny relative deck of the drone ship.
That's so cool.
God, are we forgetting that this is the company that can land a 220-story building or 22-story building, 220-foot building with like chopsticks? Like, I just really find it hard pressed to believe that they wouldn't be able to do a precise landing with these things.
As someone once said, I don't remember who, Falcon 9 is old. Can it still do that with all the interference and stuff?
What?
Wasn't that an issue with the original Falcon Heavy of why they had to stagger it?
EJ, I'm so sorry, and I didn't even do that joke, but
I'm
not sorry. I am not sorry.
I don't understand.
Don't show me. I'm turning to strawberry here. Oh, red.
I mean, if you're from Spain, tomato would be more accurate, but
sure,
anyway.
I guess.
But
hey, we got really good strawberries here. Anyways.
But if I'm trying to remember rightly, wasn't that the issue with Falcon Heavy, is that they had to stagger the landings because of something to do with the way that they land?
Can we show the Falcon Heavy? I think it's the other picture, one of the engine pictures. Yeah, you can sort of see it there, I guess. Yeah, I think it is in this shot. One? Yeah, it's because of the radio altimeters that they have on the boosters. It's like on the aft of the booster. I don't see it in this view.
Is that not an issue then if you're targeting the exact same location for the landing, essentially? And
I don't know, to be honest.
You're talking about using that older technology on the landing. Starship is newer. It's got the newer ways of communicating with the tower and everything, and having that trajectory set for the landing. That's what I mean by Falcon 9 is old. I'm DJ. I root for Boston sports, and we are terrible. But,
I guess you can still sort of go around that with software. Like, it's not a done deal, in my opinion. I think you still have ways of going around that. A whole different thing is whether that's actually possible with the architecture or not. I have no idea. I'm no engineer, but I can imagine that with a little bit of software tricks, you can actually trick the radar altimeter to, not see certain things.
And I think it's now safe to say that I will never be able to go back to Boston, or else I will get my teeth punched in.
I think that saying that Falcon 9 is old, so they can't land 2 on one drone ship is frankly tone deaf to SpaceX's pace and cutting edge technology, and that's pretty tone deaf. I don't really get how
it was
citing
a joke, my guy. I'm not. I'm just. My whole point was talking about the radio altimeter thing. That was. I joked it into you saying it's old, because you are old, so it's fun to make fun of it, even though now we're both in our 30s, and we all feel old.
Okay, so when they land 2 boosters on one drone ship, I'm going to laugh at both of you. It's going to be really fun.
Hey, I didn't
actually.
mock you. I just laugh about his mocking of you. This is a whole different thing.
Oh yeah. No, that's totally different.
How about that? Let's make an on-air deal.
Ay, good
If
lord.
this actually happens, I will give you $100 to spend at shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
No, the fact that you made it a merch plug, I'm not doing this. I'm not
What do
taking
you
these
mean?
odds.
We have amazing new Glen prints from the most recent
Oh,
launch.
you
We have our
piece
entire
of
Artemis collection. You like the trucker hats? We've got the trucker hats.
Artemis 2? Aye.
Yeah, oh, the Artemis 2 merch that you're wearing there, Alex, also from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Yeah. Hey,
People
let
are
me know,
saying
it's the new
that
Glen stuff we
Thursdays
were
is
just
not
talking
old.
about. Oh yeah, I forgot about the sun shirts. How do I forget about the sun shirts? We've got the Artemis one, we've got the TPS one. While we're talking about all of the Starship things, EJ's just completely gone.
Forgive me if I seem distracted. There's a mosquito here. It has its own eyebrows. But anyways.
It has its own eyebrows?
It's huge. Oh, good lord.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So all of this, and yeah, the Splashdown collection, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. I think we've killed EJ.
Is it over?
I'm sorry to Bremo. I'm sorry
it
to
over
Bremo.
yet?
We've killed EJ.
You're safe, EJ, I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're safe now. It's over.
okay.
All right. How about this instead? Next time we meet up, if it happens, the next time we meet up, I am buying you and everyone we eat with food and drinks.
All right.
Is that better?
Sure.
That means we'll have to do it in person together. But if it ever happens that we see two of them land on the same one, we go out to dinner, bring whoever you want with you, and I'm buying.
What else are they going to do?
Continue with RTLSs or expend. I mean, the most recent Falcon Heavy launch, I say most recent, it was 24, was fully expended.
But why would Kiko say that they have a solution for double downrange booster landings if the solution was to expend them? That's pretty much not what that says.
The mission for such a, like, what kind of payload will need such a mission, right? Because you will need a lot of performance, but not all of the performance of Falcon Heavy. Interesting.
I like the person who said Sawyer's money is safe.
Yeah, see, why would you say that last paragraph right there?
We have a plan for any double downrange Falcon Heavy missions. They're gonna land on one of the fair and recovery vessels.
Jeez.
That's the other option. Some people say maybe they have a new landing barge, but it's like, then why get rid of just read the instructions then, right? Maybe use that older barge for transport.
I'm telling you guys, Falcon 9 doesn't need to launch as much. The Starlink network just needs maintenance at this point until Starship is ready to go with the V3s. It's just V2 mini maintenance, so you don't need as much. And they can because they don't need as much, they'll be able to RTLS boosters because they don't need to launch it with as many V2 minis. That'll give them the fuel that they need to RTLS. And if a double drone ship landing comes, I mean, if a Falcon Heavy mission happens and they need to do a double drone ship landing downrange, they're going to land 2-on-1. I don't really see any other way that this could work within the confines of what Kiko said right there. For people that don't know, Kiko Donchev is the VP of launch at SpaceX. He's like way up there on the employee totem pole, so to speak.
There you go.
Yeah, see where it says VP of launch right there?
He's just the vice president of launch, not vice president of landing.
Ooh.
I just made a joke.
Alex.
I just made a. Sorry, Kiko. He actually follows me on X, but sorry.
Me too. He's a good guy, but
but it's a good joke. You can admit it.
I
think actually
I have not laughed once at any of you guys' jokes this stream.
Oh no, you did. You did once.
Because they're bad. They're bad.
You
That's
pointed
why.
out, you laughed when I mentioned the vertical images on screen.
That one was funny. I'll give you that.
Well, you had to be there to get it, but to us it was funny. Inside jokes, you know, they're best shared with everyone on the internet live, apparently. Anyway, 1021 RDS saying, I bet Starship reaches 100 flights by the end of 2027.
Ooh.
Whoa, that's a bold claim.
Look, man, I'm as big of a SpaceX fanboy as the next guy, but let's manage our expectations here, okay? Let's manage our expectations. 100 flights next year would be sick, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean,
I'm not sure they'll be like ramping takes time. This is what we were talking about with New Glenn. Like, look at Blue Origin. They have so many GS2s right now, and they're still having problems. Look at ULA with trying to scale Vulcan. They're way behind when they originally said they would be ready to go for national security space launch systems. Now, you know, I know that the flip side of that is that SpaceX is the only one to successfully scale like operations to the point of a multiple times a week launch cadence, right? But also at the same time, that took a long time to do. We didn't really start to see Falcon 9 exponentially scale into operations until the 2020s, 10 years past its original first flight. Now, don't get me wrong. Does that mean that Starship is going to take 10 years to fly, you know, like a lot? No. I think the reason why Falcon 9 took so long to scale is because they had to learn. They had to learn how to do that. I think they know how to do that now. So I would say by the end of the decade, we will see a very big increase in Starship flights, you know, as of April 24th, 2026, like, you know, barring some crazy change, right? But yeah, 2027 is a little ambitious. I'd say by the end of the decade, you'll probably get to that point.
Yeah, let me pull out my calculator and my spreadsheets now, but you're right.
Hear you do the Kennedy impersonation if you're going to say that, EJ.
By the end of this decade.
Yeah, this decade is out. Yeah.
Oh, you do it, Alex. No, you're good at it.
No. I actually quite suck at this.
I want to hear it now. I want to hear Alex's.
No. You really don't want to.
I believe this stream should commit itself to before this stream is out of hearing Alex do a John F. Kennedy impression.
Oh my goodness!
Chat, back us up here. You want to hear it too, right?
Communicating it successfully to the chat.
I think one of the advantages that SpaceX has, and that is very clear in especially the last year.
It just changes the subject.
Yes, because I'm commentating. I'm here on the trench. That's what we do, right?
Okay.
Chat will not let you forget. Don't worry, right, chat?
Come on. So, see, but this actually, okay, well, whatever. The whole thing is that as soon as SpaceX started to reuse boosters, like I'm talking just the difference between 2016 and 2017. So 2016, if we don't take into account MO6, they were on track for about 12 launches. But in 2017, they were able to do 6 more than that. Guess how many boosters they reused in 2017, excuse me.
Don't lean into the camera, you're scaring me.
Exactly 6 boosters. They reused 6 boosters. Yeah. And what that means is that they were able to do what they were planning to do in 2016 plus the reuse boosters, right? And it is true that Falcon 9 took 10 years to get to a point. I mean, 2020 had 26 launches, right? And then they went to 31, 61, 96, etc., etc. Like, that's when they actually started to kick off. That's when they started, because remember that they still had the old blocks during 2017. In 2018, they also did Falcon Heavy. 2018 was when they released the Block 5 version. And it took them about a year or so to get it going. And also, they did not have Starlink missions until the end of 2019, which is why overall you have reuse, a thing to launch, which is Starlink, right? That's very important, and also already a good production for new boosters and new second stages and everything. So that's why in 2020 everything came together. It was the perfect time to start ramping up. And that's why it went, again, 26, 31, 61, 96, 134.
Hike!
Yeah, 165. So, yeah, bingo. But yeah, it took a few years. As soon as it got into reuse, ironically, they did reuse and Starlink 1 year apart. That's probably going to be the same thing with Starship. I think it's not hugely unlikely that we'll see a doubling in cadence of Starship, but then that means that 100 launches, you don't get that until like 2029, right? Like, because we are still on the slow portion of that exponential curve, and that's the point.
Or by the end of the decade,
By
Alex,
the end
say
of
it
the
with me.
decade is out.
Yes, 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 I got him to do it. Yes,
We got it. We got
ladies
it.
and gentlemen,
Yeah,
we
it
got him.
sounds so bad.
Oh man, a
But
blogger
yeah.
just said we want JFK with the €2, so there you go. We got it. Hey, during the GPS stream, they wanted me to do the "That's Headley" because we were talking about Hedy Lamarr from Blazing Saddles. That's Headley. But yes, now we got Alex JFK.
Yeah.
We got Alex JFK impersonation before GTA 6.
Starship definitely has the advantage over Falcon 9 that it has things to launch, right? Tankers, Starlinks, Artemis missions, all the things, right? You really
The
did
other
not have a
things?
lot of those. And the other things, yes, before this decade is out.
Nice.
It's got some work to do, but it's a good shot.
But
Yeah,
that's
you're right,
that's the
dude.
whole point, right? That Falcon 9 unfortunately did not have that for the first like 9 years, right? So I think it's gonna be shorter, but not as short as SpaceX expects. Like, remember, hourly launches in 3 years, right? Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah. By the way, instead of JFK, it's AAR.
What?
Alejandro Alcantara Romero.
Oh.
The 3 initials instead of John F. Kennedy.
Well, I don't play Texas
I
plays
believe
Rise.
Spain should commit
Valencia
itself
cooks
before this
Rise.
decade is out to
I love
getting
that.
Alex to do another impersonation of the president JFK.
What,
That was pretty terrible, but
what accent was that?
that was my accent of trying to do a bit of Boston while also having my New York mix in while also sounding like I'm a 1930s crooner from the South.
Well, it's time now, everybody. It's time to switch over to the NSF Late Night Media, where we watch Fast Times, High Travels from 1937.
Yeah, that's kind of what that felt like with that person. That's why, yeah, I don't really do accents that much other than my own actual ones. So, anyway, oh boy, how did we even get it? It's a New York JFK accent, basically. Yeah. Grebo was saying, EJ, have you recovered from the car lift stream?
No. I went, did the car lift stream, and then was been in Kansas for the past week. I have no clue what's going on, man. My brain is paced. Like, it's like Patrick in that episode of SpongeBob where he's like, the inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
The car
And
lift stream?
It's just a freaking bottle of milk falling over. Like, yeah, I have a. I don't want to talk about it here.
Okay.
Chat gave enough money for me to, during the Artemis streams, to buy a lift for my shop so I can lift cars up and then put them down.
I lift things
Thank
up
you.
and put them down.
Yeah, I lift it. It's good.
Yeah, that's cool. By the way, EJ's over on Twitch, in case you didn't know as well. Felix11, with Blue touting that Mark 1 finished vacuum testing, it occurred to me, how is Starship HLS going to be vacuum tested?
You can get that in about 2 minutes on top of a booster.
Yep. Yep.
How so?
Just
Launching
launch it.
Wow.
It's so big that you really have no other way, right?
So think about it like this. Yeah, Alex is right. If you think about it like this, like, okay, think about the vacuum test stand that you're going to need to make to fit a Starship inside. It's going to need to be some gigantic monolithic test stand, something in line,
sized kind of thing.
Yeah, something in line with like the B1 or the B2 test stand at Stennis. It has to be this giant monolithic thing for vacuum testing. No, put it on top of a super heavy and vacuum test it that way. send it up into space, and actually test it in the vacuum. That, believe it or not, is the most cost-effective way of testing it. Just launch it. The test stands that you would need to build, dude, doesn't make sense, dude. Doesn't make sense.
When it's so huge, it's like, especially for vacuum testing, because really what they do is like they subject the thing to like the thermal conditions of the environment of space, right? Like, you know, facing the sun as if it were facing the sun, or as if it, you know, were in shadow or something like that, and subjecting it to cold temperatures and high temperatures and everything. It's like you can do that in orbit, right? And pretty much do it that way. When you have a vehicle so big, in this case, I'm really wondering how they're going to be doing that for MK2, because Mark II, I don't think it's small enough to fit in any vacuum chamber in the US.
It might be able.
Like,
to fit in
MK1 is
Plumbrook.
small enough, still huge, but small enough that it can fit. But I don't know about Mark II. It's quite larger.
It might be able to fit in Plumbrook, dude. It's possible.
I mean, look.
We'll have to see. I'll be interested to see when we get to that point. I want to see Mark 1 go first, and then we'll see Mark 2. Yes, people telling me not to give up my day job. Okay, fine, I get it.
Well, this is his day job, though. Like,
being goofy and terrible accents?
No, you're on your day job right now. So, are you saying his impressions are good?
I don't know what they're saying. They're saying to move on. And Oliver Redmond is an instrument.
No, Oliver, mayonnaise is not an instrument. Horseradish is not an instrument either.
Okay. Anyway, we teased it. We mentioned it. Of course, everyone's been posting it a million times in chat. Did you see SpaceX did the thing? They did the thing. They dropped the thing. There's the thing. Test like you fly thing. We're very aware of it. It was unexpected. Those usual Friday news drops where SpaceX just goes, you know what? You know the flame trench? We're just going to absolutely wreck their entire plan. And they have. So, as teased up in the pinned comment there, we will indeed be watching the video. Now, I have to give a shout out here to Ryan Caton, who was able to do some work on the video for us because there is concerns that there is copyrighted music in there. So rather than risk having us get demonetized and losing this entire video, because this is a really good flame trench in my opinion and all of that, Ryan was able to remove most of the music, and in some spots you may hear voices that sound a little bit synthetic. That is because, again, trying to remove the music so that we don't get copyright struck through it. So there will be bits of silence, and there will be bits where voices sound a bit off. But that is so that this video stays up and we can still do all of our stuff here without any channel strikes or anything like that. So will allow us to also talk during those gaps. So I believe, Jake Keegan, we have the video ready. It is 24 minutes and 56 seconds long.
Let's go. All right, here we go.
Jack, grab your popcorn. I actually have some popcorn next to me, so I'm going to start doing that.
Dude, give me some.
Hang on, I have sunflower seeds.
Here.
Up.
Until about T-minus 4 minutes, a lot of stuff starts going down. T-minus 3 minutes, closing out the propellant load, so you're finishing out the liquid oxygen load and the liquid fuel load.
Cool.
T-minus 40 seconds, we stop interacting with the pad.
That's so clean.
Yo,
the vehicle's just on its own.
Look at that.
Try to test all VNet operators. This is the final going out bill call for today's operations. Our main objective today is a 10 engine static fire.
Why 10 engines instead of all 33? This is the first V3 booster down at the pad right now, so there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong. And if we do have a bad day, it limits the scope of the issues that we can have.
This will be the highest chamber pressure we've ever seen on a vehicle at SpaceX, so definitely going to be a pretty spicy test day.
And then you're counting down from T-minus 4.
Engine cameras.
T-minus 4
see that?
is when my heart rate really starts to tick up.
Dude.
Boom.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Nice.
Into the heat shield.
Starship, fully loaded. Test like you fly. I'll do the voice for this because there's, it works.
Yeah.
There's no voice on the actual one, by the way. It's just
Gigabay. High bay, mega bays, rocket gardens, birds and water.
Just like when you accidentally
Nose
press the other
cones.
audio option and it's like, where it describes what's happening in addition to
Now
the...
there should be some
water.
funky music and everything going on.
Vehicles rolling to the test stand. Cyber trucks. Nose cone drone shot. Starbase, Texas, the home of Starship.
The gateway to
Here's a
ASS.
factory.
That's a cool
at
staging
Star
ring.
Factory. And this
Nice.
is an almost
That's
1 million
awesome.
square foot
we got
facility that we've built to enable that production of both ship and booster.
Oh, dude, did you see the
Holy
jig
grid
for the
fins.
fin? Oh, wow.
Starship is a fully reusable rocket. It's 2 stages, so it has a ship, which is the upper stage, and a booster below it. The booster accelerates the ship to get it going towards orbit. The ship is what actually goes into orbit to take the people or the payload to wherever they're going.
It sounds like Elon's update.
Some people pointing out that they have our streams on their TVs.
Dude, they definitely do.
Yup.
That's...
Dude,
If only we had
look at
this
the
in our
ship's
TVs.
subassembly.
Haha.
The sound of
See that?
progress.
Wow.
The rivet guns and the sledgehammers. Less sledgehammers than there used to be.
Hey, that was a mini
The story of
sledgehammer,
Starship
okay?
starts with the founding of SpaceX.
3, 2, 1.
Little fucking one.
Rather than starting with the vehicle that Elon envisioned needing to get people to the moon and Mars, he thought it would basically bankrupt the company. It wouldn't be possible. So you have to bite it off in small pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Hoppy.
Hoppy.
Hey, Jack's not here. We can call it Hoppy.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that SM10?
He went to the roids.
And so those pieces, which at the time did not seem small at
10 or
all,
15 there?
were Falcon
That was
1,
15, I think.
Falcon 9, Dragon,
that's
Old Falcon
both
9.
cargo and crew.
Oh, dude, the nose cone
Falcon
shot. Did
Heavy.
you see that?
Yeah, with the cupola.
Falcon Heavy is supersonic.
These were the building blocks that let us cut
We'll
our
hear that on
teeth
Monday.
on learning how to do rockets. Not the way the aerospace
Yep,
industry
they're
had been doing
spin-forming a
it,
nozzle
but
there.
the way we needed to do it to end up
Rolling
here
engine.
where we are today
Raptor.
working on
McGregor.
Starship.
That's awesome. Suborbital pads. You guys remember that? That was a good time.
Version 3
This is also
is
the
what I
suborbital
like to
pad.
call the foundational
say.
design of Starship booster in the pad. That's going to give us the new capabilities we need to do the missions in front of us. It'll be the one that puts humans back on the moon. It'll be the ones that put the first blueprints and then city on Mars.
Ding.
39A.
Space button.
Or 40. Oh, the
Dude,
rattle and
that's
the launch control.
so sick.
Starship is giant, and that scale, it's not an accident. It's not to win some Guinness World Record prize, which we did for both the ship and the tower. It's because we need that size to do the things we dream of doing with it.
Still gorgeous.
That's awesome. I need this again. We need to see this again.
Yes,
Soon.
please.
Soon.
PM.
The ship.
The ship.
Dun, dun.
Or in Spanish, El Ship.
A nave.
El Barco.
El Chipo.
No, guys.
Wait, you speak Spanish?
Ship 39 is the first
Oh,
V3
I didn't know
rocket.
that.
This rocket is unlike anything
Dude, look at how
anybody's ever
good the
done before.
TPS looks.
Version 3 is basically a clean sheet design of the ship. We essentially took a bunch of lessons from version 1 and version 2, and we took a step back and said, what were the things that were really problematic, either from a performance perspective or from a reliability perspective on the previous rockets, and then we directly address those with a variety of new designs.
It looks so good.
It can go up to orbit. It can stay on orbit for 48 hours. It can meet up with other ships, and it can do propellant transfers, which is really the core technology that you need to unlock Starship. Once you unlock that capability, the whole solar system is on your doorstep.
It's not a lot of time.
And right now what we're doing is we're actually going through checkouts. So we're actually kind of bringing the rocket to life.
Look at that.
Well, I mean, I guess
We've
it's
never
on, so that's why it's
built
only
a ship
48.
V3 before and gotten it to this state of production. So we are going to have special things to this specific vehicle that are going to be odd, but there's also things about the architecture as a whole that we don't really know how to deal with because we've only done simulations. We've only built fluid models, how we think a ship V3 operates. Now we have the real deal next to us.
First priority is your safety. The second priority is make sure the vehicle's okay. And then we worry about executing to our schedule.
We're quite excited. We're quite anxious.
Look at how big
but
the
all
letter
things
opener
considered,
is.
we're pretty well prepared.
Yeah.
We think that we'll have
That
a good
hat
result.
rules. I want it.
Not the ones that shopped on NASAspaceflight.com.
Saw some familiar faces.
Those are
we
good
intentionally started Starship with the ship portion because it was so novel. We have done a reusable booster before with Falcon 9, and so it's at least a little bit better tread ground. I will say, I think the booster turned out to be a lot harder than we gave it credit for.
Ah, yeah.
Dun, dun.
The booster.
This is an entirely new rocket. This is the most ambitious vehicle design I have ever personally worked on, and it is a wild thing to see come to reality, Derek.
Dude, look at that. That's ridiculous.
The full stack joint.
Yep.
The version 1 flight test campaign really exemplifies the rapid integrated test style that we do in SpaceX engineering.
That was booster 4.
It took us 5 flights from our first attempt, from flight 1 to flight 5, to successfully catch a booster, which was honestly mind-blowing. Flight 1 was able to get off the pad successfully. It proved that we could get this full system together, and we learned a lot from the eventual failure of the vehicle in that flight.
Oh, jeez.
It hurts.
We were able to put together a lot of improvements on the launch pad.
Big hole in the ground.
And on the vehicle hardware design that led to much better success in Flight 2. We were able to make it with the booster to MECO.
Flight 2.
We were able to separate the ship, and we were able to begin boosting back towards the launch site. So we hit the next big milestone in the flight test campaign. On Flight 3, we were able to get all the way through our boost back burn. On Flight 4, we were able to do a successful water landing demonstration. And on Flight 5, we were able to come back to our launch site and successfully catch the vehicle with our chopsticks.
That's still nuts. That's still crazy. I still can't believe that.
Oh.
Bro.
To be able to go fly that and have complete mission success at that point of we got the payload to orbit and we landed that rocket was incredible. I'm getting goosebumps talking about it now.
Who wouldn't?
Gorgeous.
Booster 19 transport. Moving to the pad.
We'll have to see if we
On
can
top
see
of the
Gage or any of the
thrust
other
seam stand.
guys out there.
Cybertrucks left and right.
Gage We're about to get into a really exciting period
there,
of
dude.
the vehicle test campaign here, putting the thing through its paces and making sure that everything we design works okay.
Did you guys know that self-propelled modular transporters have underglow? See? They have underglow. It adds horsepower, you know.
They should have RGB.
Yeah, it's...
Chris Bergen always says that's what makes the computers faster.
For improved performance.
Yep. Yeah, every LED light you put on your computer adds a gigahertz.
to get all of the pieces of the system
stuff.
working together for the first time. And if we're going to learn anything from that, we'll learn it as quickly as we possibly can. Booster 19 is actually the second of the version 3 boosters that we've built. Booster 18 came before it. We had an unfortunate anomaly during our first test campaign of the Booster 18 vehicle. This is the first version 3 booster that we built, so this is Booster 18. This is really awesome because it's going to be our first full vehicle level operation and test with a version 3 vehicle, so the whole team's very excited about this.
See how'd that go?
Sure hope it works.
About that.
But that booster, gonna delay a bit.
Oh, are they going to show it? No
They
way.
are. They are.
Oh, yep. Nope. That's bad.
When we were pressing the nitrogen system, we had an explosion that took out the rocket, and thankfully we had designed that test to be safe. If something like that happened, we did not have propellants or reactive things on the vehicle, and so the test site incurred very little damage, and of course nobody was hurt in the incident.
Yikes.
Oof.
Woof.
Yeah, as part of testing, it's loud, so you learn to not be super skittish as you're walking around. So we have our booster here on site. We're going to be performing a cryo-proof. It's actually a really long day, so it's normally planned to be a 12-hour overall prop load and offload. It's just a ton of propellant that we're putting on the vehicle, and we do a bunch of test cases throughout the whole day. So it's a long one.
Show B18.3.
Taking booster
What's visible
to
there?
cryo high fill proof.
Cryo-proof is the first time you actually put propellant onto the vehicle. The liquid propellant that we're putting on, it does get pretty cold, generally in the 80 Kelvin range. We want to test like you fly and fly like you test.
Hey, that's the title. They said the thing. The flavor.
They said the thing.
Oh,
Nice. She's frosty.
Beat me too. I was just gonna say that.
There is definitely nothing
Dude,
like a late night
look
with
at
your
that thing.
team in the
Oh my
control
goodness.
room. It's one of those milestones. You're like, wow, if I can load a rocket, this is amazing.
There you go.
Well, this time to point out, look, it's the drone. It's the drone. Well, here's the video.
Configure for offload. Oh, the engines. Let's see.
EJ.
Hi, Starhopper. Starhopper.
You didn't
Grasshopper.
say the thing.
What about the thing?
You didn't say the engines.
The engines. Oh,
Like
the engines.
There you go.
At McGregor, Texas.
One of the Raptor stands.
You could tell it's in Texas
I think
from the
that's
flag.
Raptor North.
You can see all of these McGregor Live 24/7 right here at NSF.
We saw that engine passing by our cameras.
What was that, 30? SN30 on that one?
I remember because they had the Texas logo. There were only like two engines with that. And then they stopped putting the Texas. There you go. Grasshopper.
The original Hoppy.
Yeah.
Raptor Operations Center with a forklift.
This is a Raptor 3. V3 is a high-performance boost engine. It's also
Dude,
designed to
that
be
room.
reusable and highly reliable.
Oh my goodness.
Just chilling in a room
We've learned a
full of
lot
Raptors.
over the course of
Yo.
producing around
Lots of old
600
Raptor
V2
2s too.
engines. You can see the amount of simplification that's occurred between V2 and V3. The level of integration is really unique for Rocket Engine. That comes from a lot of work among many engineers to consolidate the hardware. The effect of that is that it's actually a higher reliability design. So fewer parts is cheaper, faster to build. So that allows us to make a lighter vehicle, to make a more reliable vehicle, to overall just build a better rocket.
Pizza.
achieving full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before. The goal is to get the engine to behave in a similar way to the engines on commercial airplanes. Frequently in interactions with people outside of SpaceX, the perception is that things far beyond what have ever been done before are impossible. And
So the drone hitting it. Hey, they did.
things being impossible is really to be determined by breaking laws of physics. We are not breaking laws of physics. We're just trying to leverage them as effectively as we can.
There you go.
Nice.
Full
Right, attention all B-19 operators. This is the final go no go poll for today's operations. The main objective today is a 10-engine static fire.
Static fire is the culmination of the engineering process. We're bringing all of the pieces of the puzzle together and we're lighting the engines.
All sick.
And if you make it through that, you have pretty good confidence that you're in a good position to go fly.
The side of the OLM.
When LBL-1 looks like we kicked out due to 2 combustors from Apex Bank being pelted. Looks like we have to end time of 2.135 seconds.
We successfully lit all 10 engines. They were ramping up to power. Everything was looking good, stage and engines combined. However, there was a pad side abort called. So what that means is some sort of sensor tripped, and from there we command a fast shutdown.
Well, now we know. Oh, look at the view from there.
It was a hard one, and especially since we had to drop all the engines afterwards, and thankfully 10 of them were salvageable, which is good.
We saw some data right after static fire that showed about half the engines had what looked like mechanical damage, basically as a result of the really fast shutdown. So we brought the booster back to Mega Bay. We then decided to remove all 10 engines from the booster so that we could troubleshoot and understand what's going on those 10 while still making progress on B-19 by backfilling engines from B-20.
That's why they sent some of them to McGregor then. We saw some of them going to McGregor.
All right, attention all operators on LVN-1. Today's main objective is a 33-engine static fire on B-19. Okay, go no-go poll coming up in 1 minute.
How about an office with a view?
So we're doing our static fire today with all 33 engines.
This is the final go no-go poll for today's operations. Flight software.
Go.
AY.
Go.
Raptor.
Go.
Stage.
Go.
CE.
Go.
Ooh,
GC2.
Go.
DC1. Go. FC1.
Go.
Oh, it's actually a verbal poll.
2 minutes 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Here we go.
4, 3, 2. Mission launched.
Here you go. Deep boost.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bro, that's awesome. Look at that. Oh, man. Dude, that is a violent booster. Oh my goodness.
Look at the perspective, like being the guy in launch control. Ooh.
And there's the
Dude.
rumble.
Kicked out early.
And then the
All
rumble.
teams triage alerts. Prepare for offload.
Today we aborted our second attempt of the B-19 full count static fire. We actually had another pad abort on the diverter. We made it through engine startup and then ultimately lost some of our sensors on one of the ramp manifolds. It basically said that the manifold pressure was lower than we believe that it probably was, and it kicked us out at T plus 1.88 seconds. It's just tough because there are some things that are hard to test ahead of time. So the diverter, you can test as much as you want, but you can't obviously test for what theoretical vibe and environment you're going to see when the engines are turned on.
Anytime that you walk into an operation where you want to turn on 33 of these enormously powerful engines and get them all to work together and walk away from it in one piece, that is a win.
I think every test is always a success, and we had a bunch of findings on the ground systems, the vehicle, and the engines that I think were really good to flag at this point, but definitely a bittersweet day.
Yeah, we have a saying called "only the paranoid survive." The idea behind it is that there's an enormous amount of information and data that's coming to you, and if you can use that wisely, you can usually use that to figure out like where things are going to go wrong in the future. I mean, almost every time that we fail something or have something go awry, there were clues in previous data and previous operations that if you had known what to look for and had been good enough and paranoid enough to do so, could have found it.
I have the song Paranoid stuck in my head. Thanks.
Massey's test site.
Ship 36.
It's been 10 months since Massey's had
go.
the S-36 anomaly.
Oh.
Oh.
That's not
Ship 36
great.
was a tough
About
one. We
those
had a
launch
CVD
dates.
explode, and it not only
Oh
took out the rocket, but it took
my
out a lot of
God.
the test site infrastructure over at Massey's.
How do we go make sure if we have an anomaly again, the pad can take a beating and still survive?
Losing
Oh,
a rocket
that's
is one
bad.
thing. We've got a production line for rockets, and we can go make more. Losing the physical infrastructure of the launch pad of the test site is very difficult because you need to go repair that over a period of many months before you can get back to the
That's
testing.
bad. Dang, dude.
Now we have Massey's back online here. We really, built this rocket from scratch, but we've also built the pad from scratch, so it's all kinds of new systems. This will be the first time that we bring together the pad and vehicle pieces to make sure that they all work.
The static fire vehicle is in pre-pad clear, about to our static fire pad clear top state.
We run 60 seconds on ship because you get to see how the vehicle thermals all shake out and just general vehicle performance.
That if you can make it through that you're in a reasonable position to go fly.
Sorry. Dude. Send it.
Wow.
Oh,
no,
that's
but
mint.
go back.
Oh.
Dude. Oh, that's nice.
The journey of SpaceX is a journey to give humans access to the solar system and beyond, which is really the goal for Starship.
Plus 20.
Look at that.
The impact that
Dude,
this
that's
rocket is going to have
awesome.
on the world, I don't think most people can really comprehend the change it's going to have.
Plus 30.
This is such a wild
at that,
ride.
dude.
The highs are high, the lows are low as we really work to get to ultimately launching people, which is going to be amazing.
Plus 40.
It is not impossible just because it's far beyond what has been done before. We've proved that time and time again.
Dude, that
Look
is
at this. Are
mesmerizing.
they filming the full 60?
Yeah. Wow. Next up, Flight 12.
Well, there's your
PM.
recap.
Wow. Okay, that's the video, folks.
Yeah, it'll work as a recap, I guess, of the
pretty
the
neat.
past few months.
That's pretty neat.
So I didn't really get to chat through all of this because we were watching this for the first time here because it released while we were on the air. But
Yeah.
wow.
Pretty good, man.
Whew.
Do we have any questions?
I don't know, chat. What are your thoughts? I want to hear what you have to say. Any questions you guys have? Tag us at NASA Space Flight or at NSF. What stood out? What stood out to you?
Huh?
I said, what stood out to you?
I don't know, man. That vid was pretty cool, though. It's pretty neat. We saw a lot of stuff we haven't seen before.
That is true. Yes, when Flight 12. When Flight 12. Soon TM.
I'm gonna say, well, did I hear that right? They pad is being a little temperamental.
Yeah.
Twice, yeah, both of them.
It's almost like it's just like the rocket. It's very complex.
And
You
brand new.
gotta, yeah.
Do you think that? So, Alex, I'll ask you this: do you think they're going to have to static fire again?
Maybe, I don't know. They sort of implied that they were happy with the data, right? But there's also the like if they were having problems with the pad, it also explains, I guess, why we're seeing some water deluge tests after the static fire. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe have another firing just to make sure that the same things are not triggered or something like that. I don't know.
I would fire it again, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the question that Falcons Maze was asking. Was since it was an abort, how many more static fires before Flight 12?
Yeah.
I think they're going to want to get a good one before we see that thing fly. So, Flight 12, I'd probably say the 3rd week of May. Yeah, would you think that'd be fair? About a month from now?
I mean,
think that's a fair assessment. Chat, what do you think?
I think that's probably. I think we're about a month out, so I
Yeah.
think that's safe. Yeah, because they're definitely going to want to do more static fires, and hopefully they can get their full duration with all 33. Hopefully, also the next time they roll it out, they do that, and maybe they keep it out at the pad if it goes well, or do you think they're going to want to bring it back and then re-inspect all the engines again?
I really think it's about how how it performs, Sawyer. I really think that's it, dude. It's just how she's going to perform. Depends on that
true.
static fire. I would definitely say third week of May. So we're probably about a month out, guys. That's what, from what I saw there, and there was some cool stuff there. I can't believe they showed Booster 18 and Ship 36 popping from their own cameras. I can't believe that.
Yeah, that
It's
was
pretty
cool.
neat.
Yeah, not cool when it happened, but very cool to see now.
Yeah.
Very cool
yeah,
to
that's
see.
right.
Of course, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Drew Nar and a couple people pointing this one out. 48-hour lunar mission, rapid cadence. But yeah, did it surprise you? It did me when they said that it would be able to stay in orbit for 48 hours.
Before we get to that, can we tackle one thing? I know Jay has it prepared in our feed here. This whole video, by the way, is because SpaceX has debuted a new page. There we go. It's their content page. By the way, SpaceX, I found this out in January. I was actually browsing through the website and I found that thing and I was like, content? What is this? It's like company, and then you scroll down and it shows content. It showed that very briefly, but I found it and it was like, they're preparing something, and now this is the something they were preparing. And it also explains why yesterday the website was all wonky as well, because yesterday was a bit of a mess to really browse and go through and everything. But yeah, they have the Starship talks. Not all of them, I realized. The Starship test flights there as well. And somehow there's also another section called Starship with just this video. Are we gonna have more videos about that? SpaceX?
Oh, please, docu-series at SpaceX, please do that.
Probably in preparation for going public, but yeah, it would make sense to probably have videos and whatnot. There's the usual quarterly meetings and things like that they have to do once you go public and all that stuff. That's probably gonna be up in this section if I were to bet, with all of the talks and whatever.
It would be very cool to see what they end up posting there.
So yeah, 48 hours. EJ, I already talked about this. You tackle the 48.
What do you mean?
We were talking about the 48 hour, and then I said, hang on, I want to mention that it's a new page.
Oh, yeah, they said 48-hour loiter time. That's pretty cool.
Is that surprising? Because that seems short to me.
For refueling? No.
I guess I'm so used to the whole rendezvous speed that we're used to seeing with Dragon to the ISS, where you're talking 36-ish hours, and then adding in the fuel transfer time itself, and then having it over in a spot where once you deorbit it, it can then be caught back at the towers. I don't know. To me, that just seems like it would need at least 3 or 4 days rather than just a 2-day deal, maximum 2 days.
So Sawyer, let me let this one on you. What do you think about this? The refueling orbit being eccentric. Think about it for a second. You're thinking about it like it's a space shuttle, all right, or like we're going to low Earth orbit. You got a more eccentric orbit. You can really expand your opportunities for landing, because at apogee you could do inclination changes for less delta V. Right?
Yeah, but how high are you talking, and will there be enough power to still have these tankers out there and ready and waiting in such a high inclination?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but what else makes sense for a 48-hour turn?
I mean, I feel like you would want to launch it lower so that way you have more available propellant for the tanking operations and everything, but I don't know. That might just be me, but that's my thought process there.
Yeah, but if you have a shelf life on your vehicle, then you're going to be limited in launch windows.
I guess the question then would be, what is the limiting factor? Why only 48 hours? I know Gwen was asking, is it a battery problem?
I would say probably yes at this point, yes.
I mean, yeah, I guess when you're not talking about having giant solar wings, but
when you can control your own orbit, you can basically go up in a few hours, right? Like that's what the Russians do with their Soyuz, because they have control of the service module of the ISS. They can go up in a couple of orbits, and if you go back to Gemini, that's what they did as well. It was in an hour and a half, basically one orbit. So 48 hours is probably plenty enough for the rendezvous and docking operations and the tanking operations, and still have enough time to also come back, right, and land the ship. I suspect that 48 hours is not all across version 3. It's going to be just for this version of version 3, right? Like, there's different configurations. There's going to be the lander, there's going to be the long duration ships, because there's going to be a point where some of these ships are going to go to the moon, and there's more than 48 hours to go to the moon, right? We were talking about that earlier. Some of them may even go all the way to Mars in the future as well. So I suspect that 48 hours was just referencing this earlier version that just launches Starlinks and can transfer propellant, right? For, tankers and things like that. That's the sort of thing that you really don't need it to be that capable. If it can do like a rendezvous within 12 hours and then do the refilling and then come back, you have 48 hours is plenty enough. What I wonder, though, is how many things they need to do in order for the other ships to then be able to stay for longer, right? Like, mitigating boil off, power systems and everything, because you cannot run on batteries for forever. What sort of solutions do they have? Do they have solar panels to deploy? Where are they going to be deployed, right? Or is it sort of something like the fuel cells sort of thing, right? Maybe using methane gas as your source of fuel for that. Like, there's so many ways, right? And I will be really interested on seeing like another sort of video about this in the future.
So, Alex, if I had to guess, that 48 hours probably baseline. That's probably baseline functionality. Yeah. And like you said, solar panels minimum. Probably eventually. Because, dude, like, okay, where my mind's going, right? Okay, even if you have a bunch of Starlinks and you launch Starlinks, right? And you launch the Starlinks into orbit, you're going to have to loiter up there for a second to get lined up with the landing site again, like what Sawyer was saying.
But within a day, that's probably doable, right? Like, you don't need more than 48 hours even, right?
Yeah, but build in additional functionality, right?
Exactly.
Like, why, just build in a good baseline functionality, and then future versions of Starship, HLS, tanker, depot, whatever, put some solar array wings on it like Orion and call it oh, that would be really cool. I want to see that now.
Oh, yes, please.
That would be really cool. I really want to see that now, dang it.
there were some questions about, what do they mean loiter time, 48 hours? Like, that's the point, right? You have things that run out eventually. Energy systems, power systems, right?
Commodities.
Yeah. Batteries. You can fit only so many batteries, right? So you need a way to recharge them. You can do that through solar panels. You can do that through fuel cells, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you have different ways to do that sort of thing. I will be interested in some kind of internal combustion thing, right? You know what I mean? Sort of like the IVF from ULA, right? Using methane gas and methane oxygen to run sort of like an internal motor or something
Put
like
an
that.
inline 6 in there. Let's go.
Yeah, and then you get like I can see that, for example, for non-HLS ships where you have constraints for reentry, for example. Because then having to fit a solar panel that also needs to refold for reentry and things like that will probably be too tricky, right? But if you want something that can stay up in orbit for long times and not have to deploy things and then fold them again, I can think something along those lines might help, for example, to provide enough
Methane fuel
enough
cells.
powers. Yeah, methane fuel cells.
Just saying, shuttle it. We haven't brought up shuttle yet. Got to shuttle it.
Yeah.
I agree.
Let me see here. Are excited with the $10 super chat saying, wasn't there supposed to be damage to the diverter ridge cap during the 33 engine static fire?
Did we hear that? I don't remember that, dude. The last 2 weeks have been a blur for me. I don't remember.
I did not hear that on the video.
Like 24 days ago, Artemis launched.
Don't make me feel even more.
It hasn't even been a
older.
month since Artemis launched. Artemis 2.
Huh.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Bideford coming in saying, test static fire again, booster 19 before stacking.
Agreed.
Yeah, sure. Maybe put it out such as it's ready to fly. Idea here.
Amaze.
Work on booster 19 and prepare it for flight, right? Roll it out to the pad. Do a static fire test already in flight ready configuration. And if it works, roll out the ship, stack it, do full stack configuration tests and things like that, and fly it. If it doesn't work, then you still have the chance to then roll it back to the mega bay and work on it. How about that? But if it's already rolled out in a flight ready state and the thing works, then just fly it.
So, guys, there was just I had this linked up over in the Twitch chat over there. Guys, SpaceX just has a job. They just put up a job posting here. Now check this out. Now, Alex, check this out. Jay, throw this on here. So the second paragraph in here, this one right here, that one specifically, the second sentence. I'll read the whole thing. SpaceX continues to revolutionize the launch industry by combining advanced technological developments with pragmatic and lean manufacturing. This is especially important for the future of rapid and high volume Starship flight, where power generation is crucial. Are we going to see some gas turbines here on a Starship using methane and LOX? Is that what's going on here? What is this about?
I thought that was for methane turbines or something like that for
blade
the
and
ground?
veins. So blades and veins, Sawyer, blades are compressors, like on a turbine, a jet. Veins are turbines. So blades are on a compressor, veins are on a turbine. This is all stuff to make jet engines.
Can I make the joke about strapping jet engines to Starship and make it land on a runway?
Oh
geez.
God, no. I love the shuttle. That's cursed.
Methane
Don't
jet
do that.
engines.
Wow.
No, please,
Why not?
No, that would be awful.
I mean, that sounds like a Kerbal experiment if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, freaking turbine. Yeah, Drew, you said it in chat. Turbine APU. What else could that be? Maybe on-site power generation for the pad, but I mean, but see, once again, why do that? You could just use an off-the-shelf, like a gas turbine from an oil rig or something to generate power ground side, dude. No, this is something different.
The only other thing that I can think of is their AI whole thing, because they have XAI as part of SpaceX now. So that's the only other thing that I can think of to power
data centers.
That's where I'm kind of at too. But they said it's especially important for the future of rapid high volume Starship flight.
Well, in a sense, You might need that as well in the future. I have no idea.
Jay, can you scroll down to the responsibilities section for chat?
What, are people trying to get a job now?
Hey, hey, well, there you go. Also,
We're
I want to
helping
point
you
out,
SpaceX, by the way, with this
yeah,
scrolling through. We're not getting anything, right?
Yeah, watch. After this, we're going to lose 6 more people now to SpaceX again.
oh, my phone's ringing, guys. Hey, I'll be right back.
Are there 6 people to lose already? Because, boy.
We're already lost 6. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. Oh, EJ's gone. Yeah, people say, EJ, you need to do the...
Yeah, Elon. Yeah, no, yeah, I'll talk to you later. I'm in the middle of something. All right, yeah, I'll see you later. Bye. What?
Nice.
What's going on?
I already see.
The chat was saying that you need to do
line
the
number 2.
jet engine Starship that lands on the runway.
I'm not doing that.
Well, I was saying.
No.
What do you mean? You built a dumb rocket
1, no.
today? Weren't you working on Ares 1?
Yeah, I was working on Ares 1,
Yeah,
but
you were working on a dumb rocket today.
You use that word dumb. I don't think it means what you think it means.
I thought
It's
dumb was
Ares
the opposite
1.
of smart.
Ares 1 is an amazing rocket.
Oh, hey, Jay, why are you taking me off screen?
Because you're wrong.
Son of a gun. Fine, Jay, we're not friends anymore. I'm kidding, we're still friends.
Jay, you, I like you. You're pretty good, man.
He really kicked off Sawyer. Look at that.
That sucks.
Hey, at least it's just bars, not bars and tones. That would be worse. So.
I love that tone. Do you guys not like that tone?
I like.
Can you use that tone with me?
Better.
The Orion, the Orion tone. You don't like that?
What do you mean the Orion tone?
What? Alex, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Which one?
The tone from the Artemis 2 streams where they.
Oh, beep boop.
No.
I don't get it.
You got some splaining to do.
Okay, all right. During the Artemis 2 streams, if you guys noticed, there was a high pitched beeping in the background. There's background noise. What you were? Yes. Yeah. That was the uplink. That was the signal lock for the Deep Space Network. That's why you had that feedback. I thought that was a super cool noise. DSN tone. Yes. Thank you.
I didn't even notice it. I must have just tuned it out.
There's a point where
you would have to tone it out.
I had the feed for like 24
Nicely
hours
done.
a day, the entire mission,
Gotcha.
and I will go out and I will still hear the bee in the background. Like it got to a point where it was like just already drilled into my brain.
Really?
Yeah, that's how bad it
That's
got.
why the NSF
Like I went to
version had-
sleep with the crew. Like I remember, with a good night 1, good night number 2. Good it was fun.
Yeah. Good times. We should do that
that's
more.
Why I get it, because Ryan Caton pointing out we had a noise gate on our Artemis 2410, so you didn't hear it. That's why I didn't notice it, because I was watching our coverage, Alex.
I had it too. I actually put it up to be able to listen to our own commentary, because we also had that with the beeps and boops. I even came on stream a couple of times. The last time I did it better. I actually did a more thorough update than the first few, because I really did not do it great the first few. But yeah.
What? From all the other times that we've had humans going to the moon that we've been able to practice, Alex,
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. From all those past times when the internet existed and we were all alive that we could practice.
Somebody say you guys don't hear that all the time. Yeah, you should check out your hearing.
What?
No, I think it's a great noise.
The bee all the time. That's not great.
No, yeah, a lot of people now have tinnitus or tinnitus, depending on how you pronounce it. Apparently both are acceptable, so don't come at me for that.
Somebody calls it tinnitus?
Yes.
Tinnitus. whatever. Anyway, continue.
Yes, apparently it is an official pronunciation of it is tinnitus or tinnitus.
That's very cromulent.
Very what?
Let's begin this conversation by continuing.
I don't even know where to go from here. Oh boy, now Ryan Caton in the back. Oh, that's why it's the British pronunciation, apparently. Tinnitus.
Tinnitus? Tonight you? Tonight them?
Can you tell we're starting to lose the plot here? Anyway, back to Starship in that video.
Back to rockets, yeah. More things.
Yeah.
We talked 48 hours.
Yeah, a lot of people still talking about the power generation thing. I mean, how much weight in batteries would you need for that? Grebo was saying, what is that, 150 tons of batteries?
Well, it doesn't need to be that big, right? If you're recharging the batteries.
But right now, there really isn't a way to recharge them on Starship.
That's why you get 48 hours. Probably. I don't know what's exactly. There's always something that's a limiting. Maybe the batteries last like a week, and there's something else that's limiting to 48 hours, right?
Oh, I don't know. Propellant boil off, maybe?
Propellant boil off. I mean, if in 48 hours they run out of propellant, they also need to check out their boiling off procedures. But yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I would love to have like a little, sort of inside video just like this one. Maybe not 24 minutes. It probably doesn't really need that many. Maybe like 5 or 6 more or less. It's probably good enough.
And not during the middle of a flame trench.
Not during a flame trench, yeah. If possible, the day before, so we can digest it and prepare questions and have a debate, right? Not like right now we're just winging it.
Well, here's the thing, Alex, then. While we're talking about all this stuff preparing for Flight 12 and everything, where are we currently at Starbase? Obviously, we saw the video of everything that's been leading up to it, but where are we at currently? Because we haven't talked about that yet, about actual current Starship activity. Where are we at?
Yeah, we also haven't talked about HLS, just like them. They have not talked about HLS. Anyways, there's one thing here.
Do a public presentation
Hang on.
on it at some point?
Can you keep it there? Look at the side of the launch mount. Go back, like 10 seconds.
Maybe
on the side of the launch mount, you can see when they fire the engines, there's a gap in the launch mount. It's not sealed, and I was paying attention in this shot. Let it play now. And take a look at the side, and there. See, right before the switch to the engine shot, you can see the gap and like the vapor from the engines coming out. It's so cool. I really wonder why they didn't seal it, but anyways, right now, status. Ship 39 still getting ready for flight. Booster 19 also getting ready for flight. Booster 20, I think the forward half, like the methane tank basically, is getting completed as well. It still needs to get stacked before it's put on the. We saw that operation in this video as well. Before it gets put on the liquid oxygen tank. And then there's also ship 40 in Mega Bay 2 as well. That might actually be close to cryo operations soon because it was stacked a while ago. And then there's also ship 41 as well, which is getting stacked as well. I think the last of the barrels was the forward dome section. So you've got the payload bay, the nose cone, the payload bay, and then right underneath that is the forward dome, sort of like the top of the tank section. And that was put in the Mega Bay like yesterday, I think it was. Maybe a couple of days ago must have been, but not a long time ago. So yeah, that's basically where we are in the things that we can see. There's a lot of nose cones getting ready as well.
Dude, pause it. Dang it! I was gonna say, can we?
Yeah.
Can we go back a little bit?
Let's go back.
Jay?
Let's do the same thing.
Jay Keegan's gonna love us right now. Backseat producing.
All right, it's the shot. It's the shot with the Texas flag. So the next shot,
yeah.
dude.
Oh yeah.
That's where yeah. Or maybe it's it. If you zoom in next to the Texas flag,
there's a screen next to that's to the bottom right of that Texas flag, and it's definitely got Starbase Live on there.
You can see the red bar and even the merch on the top right, the merch card.
Dude, that's definitely
There it
Starbase
is.
Live.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's Starbase.
SpaceX
Live.
helping me
Well,
with ABP.
that's not Starbase Live. That's actually the dedicated coverage. Because otherwise, it will show like a 4-box or a 3-pip or the different types of configuration of views that we have for Starbase Live. That's actually the dedicated one because that's full screen and it's got the ticker. That is
Oh
a
my gosh,
dedicated.
you're right.
Because when we go full screen on Starbase Live, it removes the ticker. When we go live dedicated streams, the producer can disable that or like can actually show the ticker.
Dude.
Maybe we can do it now, I guess. Jay, do it. Whatever.
Dude, he's gonna delete you.
So that's the actual
Barth.
that's a dedicated stream.
Wow.
So what is on that? The boosters on the pad. So that must have been the 10-engine static fire.
Yeah, or some kind of booster.
So we just
test.
dated this footage exactly.
Yeah, we need to look that
funny.
footage. Like we need to know. That actually might have been from the March attempts because for the April ones we had the new overlays which are thinner, and that's actually a very thick red bar.
At Gork, is this true?
And also the white tabs. Yeah, this is from March when we had the old overlays. We have changed our overlays, by the way.
Yep.
If you didn't notice.
Oh yeah. I mean, we have, of course, the different ones for the Flame Trench versus our other dedicated coverage, but yeah.
We got our own because we're special.
Yeah, next time we should have a dedicated stream that shows on the screen. Please, SpaceX. Can we get a tour, SpaceX? Something like that. No, I'm just joking.
If you see this, tour please, K thanks. That's amazing.
It's really
also,
cool.
Who has the eagle eyes to even notice that? It's so when you zoom in the video, yeah, it's obvious, but the whole wide shot of it is so zoomed out.
Ryan Weber.
And I know even which camera is this because that is actually our highway lot. Because that's the shot that we get, like the way that the booster is relative to the tower, and also the flame trench as well. Like I can notice here that it must be our highway shot.
Is that the thing? Have you ever been to Highway, Alex?
You mean a highway or our highway lot?
Why would I ask you if you've been to a highway?
I've been to a highway. I've not been to Starbase at all. So yeah.
You have, of all people, you haven't been down there?
No, I haven't. I've been to Florida, to the Cape. Yeah. I saw the start of the not the start, but like the Tower 2 segments when they were there in 2024. Yeah, I saw those.
I mean, every time you come, Falcon 9 had a stop order, but yeah.
Oh, good lord. Yeah.
Well,
Don't remind
every
me
time
that.
every time I went to Starbase, it blew up. I mean, so maybe Alex and I just stay in our caves, you know?
Well, hopefully I can be there for lucky number 13.
If you go, I'll go.
We'll make it happen then, EJ. I don't think, I mean, Flight 12 may be a little too short notice, but maybe Flight 13. We'll see.
We will be seeing, though.
It's very expensive to go out there. It's a lot. So.
From Spain? Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot easier
So
from
it's
inside the States.
It was that EJ is banned.
Oof.
Let's see. Yeah, and Alex. I think we're all just banned.
To be fair, there was one time that I went to the US and Falcon was not grounded, but Alpha did. Poor Alpha. I watched that and I was like, oh my goodness. Did I?
So, yeah,
What's
every
up?
time you've been to the United States, you've grounded a rocket.
More or less. Sure, I guess.
That's impressive. That is
There was another
actually
one where I
impressive.
think a GS2 exploded on the ground. It was not this last one, it was the first one.
Oh, the other where it blew the door off.
Yeah, where it blew, yeah. Because it's Blue Origin, so it blew the door off.
That was the
No,
fun.
not you two. Don't
That was the fun.
do that. Don't encourage this behavior.
Someone said earlier that my pun count is very low this stream. Which,
I really like
again,
that you can see here how they make the nozzles for Merlin, and also they showed a Merlin 1A firing versus a Raptor,
Ooh.
and that was cool. If we can go back, I mean, we've done it before. Yeah, why not? Falcon Heavy,
Falcon Heavy.
Monday.
Ooh, a Falcon Heavy. Ooh, a Falcon
Yeah.
Heavy.
Oh.
Also in a
They,
very similar configuration, just with used side boosters.
Oh, dude, look at them spin
But yeah,
form that thing. That's cool.
That's Merlin, and you can see that's the other one was Merlin 1A because it had the ablative
Yep.
nozzle.
Yep.
Wow. I haven't seen one of those in a while.
Alex, when's the last time a Merlin 1A flew? I believe that would be like 2008.
2007.
Wow.
By 2008, it was already Merlin 1C with the regen channels and everything. That was actually the whole reason Flight 3 of Falcon 1 failed. Because it was regen channels, and so the thrust tail off was longer because they had to drain all the regen channels and everything. And the second stage got rear-ended, basically.
Yep.
Fender bender.
Yep.
Yes.
Residual thrust, dude. It happens.
It happens to all of us.
It happens to the best of us. Oh dear.
Yeah, as Jay was saying in the back channel, this is a gold mine of B-roll. I know Ryan will be really pleased.
It really is.
About all of this footage.
I'm
both Ryans.
I'm just, yeah, you don't hear me talking much. I'm just because I'm looking at it. I'm like, wait a minute. I haven't seen that before. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, a lot of this is all trying to figure it out here as we're watching together. Oh wow, the detective work continues in the back channel. We believe that the pop-up in the corner was possibly for an L2 subscription, which, for those who don't know, L2 is the paid side of our free forum that we have over at nasaspaceflight.com. There is a repository of crazy amounts of stuff going all the way back to the early days of spaceflight. Lots of amazing shuttle documents and photos and things in there, some of which have never seen the light of day before. Some of them are things that are exclusive to our forum that we've shot ourselves over the years. Great merch stuff, or excuse me, great, not merch.
I really like this one as well.
Member stuff, all of that, so.
Because you could
Check
see
out L2
the...
if you're not.
Dude, those tiles.
Sorry for cutting you out there.
No, it's fine. It's just another merch plug. It's fine.
Can we scroll back again, Jay? I'm sorry.
We need a T-shirt at this point. Jay, scroll back.
Yeah, to the part there. See, you can see the...
you see it. You see it. You saw it too, didn't
the
you?
common dome, the sort of accumulator sort of looking thing, right?
Yep.
It looks like a wasp
beehive.
nest. Yeah, like a beehive or something like that. Yeah. I really couldn't come up with the correct word.
No, it's all good, man.
Wasps and beehive similar.
Me dumb.
It's fine. Don't worry about it, dude. I just can't believe how shiny those tiles are, dude, and how perfect everything looks. There, Sawyer, that reminds me of the Endeavor rollout pictures. You remember those where the TPS is all nice and shiny?
You remember when they toppled over the mid bay and they?
You mean Endeavor?
Oh.
Oh yeah. See, yeah, this guy, he endeavors. You can tell because of the way he is.
See, yeah. Boom! There you go.
You remember when they toppled over the mid bay and they covered ship 29 in dust, and then that ended up on flight 4? That was the thing, man. They flew that thing, and that thing survived re-entry, barely, but survived re-entry.
Hey, she made it.
Yeah,
that's all that matters.
True.
I really wonder. We have very few minutes. I don't know if you guys. What do you think are they going to be doing on flight 12? We're going to see some kind of repeat of flight 11, like dumb
I think it's going to
links
be an
and
exact
things
repeat.
like that? Yeah.
I think it's going to be an exact repeat of 11. Pick up exactly where you left off. Once they prove this thing out, then there you go.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't see why you would add anything new at this point, because isn't you test and then you add something new once you meet those objectives? At this point, you have to test the whole rocket itself. So why mess with the profile? Why mess with the objectives? You know, test everything. Again, what is it? Test like you fly or test how you fly? Whatever the video's called.
Yeah. I do think the overall flight profile might still be the same, but there might be some changes. Like we saw this between flights 10 and 11, right? Where in flight 11 they included the whole thing with the ship, sort of doing that turn and everything. That was so cool. I really want to see what sort of new thing, because I think if they introduce some kind of tweaks and changes, it's gonna be along those lines. You know, the way that the booster returns, the way that the ship returns. The booster is a new booster as well, right? It's a new version. It's got new propellant systems for landing as well. Who knows? Like maybe they'll do the thing that they did on flight. I think it was also flight 11, where they did like 13 down to 5 and then 3 or something like that. I think it was. Like I'm really wondering what sort of cool, neat things they might do. Sort of tweak and learn and know about this new version, because there's a lot of new things that may want to test for future flights, especially now that they actually have the vehicles, right, and not the previous version where they were doing all the fancy stuff.
I'll be honest, I think a lot of this testing is also going to be just on the ground, as we've seen from the 2 static fires where they ended prematurely because of issues that were noted with the ground support side. This is a brand new pad, hasn't seen a launch before to space, so I think that's going to be a lot of the growing pains here. They pretty much know how the rockets work at this point. The engines, of course they're the newer ones, but they've got a lot of that data. As they said in the video, one of the things that you can't really test is kind of once it's out there on the pad fully integrated. So I think that's going to be the biggest factor on this, is getting the pad up and ready. And then once that's all good, then I think the rocket has a really strong chance of having a fully successful flight. And hopefully meaning that by like 14 at the latest, that we see a booster catch. I want to see those new shorter chopsticks try and do the booster catch.
Somebody mentioned, and that's also true, that we saw the FCC, the communications permit for Flight 12, or not Flight 12, but like it was mentioning the operation of Starlink antennas on like satellites deployed from Starship, right, on suborbital trajectories. And I'm really wondering if we're going to get that on Flight 12, where maybe they will not not so dumb links, where
camera.
There might be, with a camera or something like that.
It has to be.
They transmit something. Yeah, I really wonder what sort of thing we might get.
Gwen, please, please, I need it.
Hopefully they eventually get a profile where it comes out that that's in daylight again as well, so we have the better shot of that. Although I know the priority is the daylight footage of the re-entry and the splashdown, but come on.
Daylight shots of separation, though, that means we're back to morning launches.
I'm fine with it. I mean, the stakeout stream isn't as fine with it, but I'm fine with it.
Yeah, boy. Stakeout streams when we had the launches in the morning, that was like, what, at midnight Central or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm seeing already the back channel saying, no.
Multiple people.
Multiple people, yeah.
Anyway, Blake P coming in saying, the boys are back. The boys are back. Oh, wait, copyright. Glad I could tune in before the stream ended. Well, I'm glad you could too, especially as we are nearing the end of the stream. And as always, of course, we have the more loosey-goosey side of things, as I like to say, but we have the more serious side of news, This Week in Spaceflight, coming up immediately following this show, where you'll get all the actual serious details of everything happening this week in spaceflight, as well as next week in spaceflight. And a host that actually doesn't fumble all over their words and try and do bad JFK impressions with a New York accent.
Oh,
so
I don't know. I should see which earrings Elise is wearing this week.
Well, we'll all find out in just a couple minutes. EJ's already giving me strange looks. What's the look for, bud?
That's not for you.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will thank you for joining, EJ, while I have you full screen here.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. I know being on here is a privilege, and thanks everybody. I'll see you guys next week.
Is this something happening over on Twitch? Because you do stream on Twitch, right?
Yeah, that's yeah, that's right. I do stream on Twitch and also on YouTube, but I don't stream on YouTube when I'm here on YouTube, because you equal and opposite negatives.
Don't cross the streams, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, crossing the streams is bad. That was a good safety tip from Egon. Anyway, thank you for having me.
Good to have you. And Alex, good to have you with us on the stream as well here. Thank you.
Yeah, and you'll find out on This Week in Spaceflight why I had to look through all of the presidential budget report and in the Axiom 2 report and everything, because I had to write about it. So, yeah, have fun, because I also had a lot of fun to writing that and everything. It's nice to be back a little bit more in the saddle lately. But yeah,
I saw someone asking, you didn't use an AI scanning thing.
No.
You read through all of them.
Yep. In
Actually
about
read them.
8 hours or so. Yeah, I started about 4 p.m. and went until midnight.
Well, there's the
Is
proof,
that
folks. It was
8 hours?
legit
I think.
actual reading of it, not, an AI scanner or a summary thing. Jake Keegan has been the one pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, and dealing with us backseat producing as SpaceX drops random news in the middle of the show, as always. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I have been your host. It is so good to have the Flame Trench back. We will see you all next time, and let's go watch twists.
And here we go. There's the W. Here's ignition.
Following up.
Did it just do a Kerbal? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag,
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equinage.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly! Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is! That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Okay, is it time for Banana Flow 6? Banana Flow 6? No? Banana Flow? Now, after Trench, we are fixing some things with the post show right now. It is Batman Returns. Batman Return. Oh, geez, I gotta fix the camera. I always have to zoom the camera in so I don't look blurry on the flame trench. I just don't know why that happens, but hey, whatever. Whatever. Just make sure that's all reset. Cool. Are you going to stream the Falcon Heavy launch on Monday morning? Yeah. I wanted to tell Sawyer his JFK was a spot on Bernie Sanders. Oh, geez. Blender flow state 6. Yes. All right. I have to use the bathroom, and then we will go from there. Okay.